Well, good morning, councillors, and welcome to our ordinary meeting on this 16th day of May 2023, and a gorgeous day it is. Can I open the meeting in our traditional way by acknowledging the Darumba people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and recognise all Indigenous cultures within Livingstone. This morning, councillors, we have Peter Rollo from the Yeppoon Seventh-day Adventist Church to deliver our prayer. Thank you again for coming, Peter, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. This is my place just here.
Indeed, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for your warm invitation. Well, I can sit down if you'd like me to sit down. Okay, terrific. Thank you. I'll sit down there. Yeah, so thank you for the invitation. We'll open with prayer. Heavenly Father, we just want to acknowledge your presence here today. We understand from Scripture that you've given this world for us to take care of like stewards, and for our councillors here today as they meet to make decisions for the prosperity of our region here at the Livingstone Shire. We just ask for your guidance, give them wisdom and understanding all the matters that they'll discuss today is our prayer today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Amen. God bless you.
Thank you. And you. Thank you, Peter. All right. Thanks, Justine. Councillors, we have a full attendance and with a slight break in meeting procedure and protocol. As you know, this is the first meeting for our newly sworn in councillor, Councillor Clint Swadling. So a formal welcome to you, Councillor Swadling. We're delighted to have you. Now, you signed the Declaration of Office a few weeks ago when you were officially sworn in, but I just want to present you with this
Okay, thank you very much.
framed copy for your office and your home.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, councillors.
Through the chair, Mr Mayor, before we begin, and we're just off script a little bit, Councillor Swadling's name doesn't appear on the beginning of the who's in attendance on the meeting.
Yes, it does.
Oh, we corrected that.
Thank you. It's been corrected. Thank you.
Right. Good. All right, so we have no leave of absences or apologies, councillors. Confirmation of previous meeting minutes from the 18th of April 2023. Moved Councillor Mather, thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Swadling, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Any declarations of interest in matters on the agenda, councillors? Councillor Mather.
Mr Mayor, I would be announcing at the time that I have an interest in 11.4 on the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
I will announce it at that time.
So that's the on Dawson Road, Glenlee, because you reside on that street, councillor? Okay, all right. Thank you. Anything else, councillors? Any other councillor Swadling?
Yes, I do, Mr Mayor. I'll just bring it up here. Yeah, I, Councillor Clint Swadling, informed the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 10.2. Notice of motion, Milne Road Crossing, as I'm a member of the Rural Fire Service in the capacity as not only a member of the 1st Brigade, but also a support officer for the Rural Fire Service Queensland. And although I have this declarable conflict of interest, I believe that a reasonable person I would perceive to be impartial, and therefore I wish to remain in the meeting if I've asked the eligible councillors to decide if I may participate despite my declared interest.
All right, thank you. So councillors will deal with that now. Everyone happy for Councillor Swadling to remain in the room?
Yes.
Can we have a show of hands, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for your declaration, councillor. Any others, councillors? Councillor Eastwood.
Mr Mayor, item number 11.5. I was only just looking at that this morning, and I believe that one of the applicants is a carer for my boy Thomas. I believe I can be totally impartial, and again I think a reasonable person would find that, but I'd like the table to decide.
All right, thank you. Councillors, any objection to Councillor Eastwood staying in the room? All right, also by vote of hands, thank you. All in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Any other declarations, councillors? All right, thank you. No deputations today. Item 7.1, business outstanding table for ordinary council, from the ordinary council meetings. Mr CEO, will you help us out with this one, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Happy to. The business outstanding table with its commentary is presented for councillor information. There are 15 items presented this month, and item 10 proposes to be removed following today's meeting. I do have an apology to extend on item 5, which I understand councillors discussed at their briefing session a fortnight ago, and we signalled at the time of compiling this report that we would have a close-out report for you on today's agenda, and that hasn't occurred. That will be next month, so apologies for not rectifying that commentary on item 5. Otherwise, happy to answer any questions.
Councillors, any questions?
The local laws, number 1, Mr Mayor, thank you.
Okay.
Number 1, 14 of the local laws are with the state interest check and yet to be submitted. We don't have any time frame on that one at all?
Mr Mayor, no definitive time. Councillor Mather, we'll seek an update from the department in relation to that, but it normally is a process of it's more likely months than weeks, but I think we have advised previously that we'd like to get the proposed new local laws on public display by mid-year, which is rapidly approaching.
Thank you. Number 15 is Wadala Creek Crossing. It's one that's going to be hopefully included in a capital works program a little further down the track, and it's been assigned to the officers for action, but we haven't told them what needs to be done at this point in time. So we might need to come back after we've spoken with the director on that one, Mr Mayor.
My understanding, Councillor Mather, is that that's been dealt with via the project control group, and Mr General Manager, I think that's the requirements from the notice. Try that again. The notice of motion will be forefront, so box culverts, etc.
Yeah.
But the design will come back to council. Yep.
Next page on the business outstanding tables has the action that officers are committed to.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr President.
Oh, thank you. Through the chair, Mr Mayor, I have a couple myself, but I'll start with number 15, and just as we're discussing it. So I just want to clarify that we will see a report come to the table no later than October of this year. Is that correct? It does say 6 months, but I just want to clarify that we will see that report by October. Okay, thank you. Number 4. Number 4 was a notice of motion by Councillor Bello, GKO wastewater treatment plant. When will the consultant's report be finalised and received? Do we have any indication of how long they may take?
Mr Mayor, the work that was commissioned that relates to the commentary that's shown, that report is complete. The state's intention is to do some broader work now following the cancellation of the Tower Holdings leases, and I think councillors were provided with that information last week.
Thank you so much, Mr CEO. Number 5, Paramount Park. I did notice that it stated in the agenda that I downloaded that it would be here in May, and after inquiries with the Infrastructure Department, I understand that this report will be submitted to next month's meeting. I just want to make sure that's correct.
Mr Mayor, I can only repeat what I said earlier, that it is there in error, and apologise for that. The intention is for it to be
Gotcha.
next month.
Thank you. Number 8, I'm almost done. How will the formal review of building heights be incorporated into the planning scheme? And I understand we had a session yesterday talking about the amendment process. So I just wondered at the time of writing this, but I thought I'd bring it up seeing that I've taken the time to ask the question. How will this formal review of building heights be incorporated into the planning scheme for those in the community that may be watching on live stream?
Mr Mayor, I don't know a definitive answer to that question. I think councillors did discuss yesterday in workshop that there will be a number of things for not only councillors but the community during consultation to contemplate around whether this is, whether it's heights in terms of altitude, whether it's heights in terms of levels. None of those things have been determined. I think we understand that the councillor's request is that we are a little more finite about those things, as was discussed yesterday, finite in planning terms following changes to the laws in the late 1990s isn't as achievable as it once was, but I think we properly understand councillors' desire for more clarity in that area. In order to do so, as we work our way through that process, councillors and others are going to have to be quite explicit about those things because of the many variables that are included, as we discussed yesterday.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Watson.
Mr Mayor, number 14 with the wild dogs, just wondering if the email has been sent or mailed to the residents out that way yet.
I'm not aware that it's been sent, Mr Mayor. We'll get councillors an update today.
Thank you.
And on that one, Mr CEO, the narrative in the far right column says the community presentation will be conducted in conjunction with Bushfire Resilience Officer on the 13th of May. That probably needs to be updated.
It was actually done, yeah.
Yeah. That would have been done and dusted. Any other questions, councillors?
Yeah, if I could, Mr Chair, just a little bit more on item number 4 there, to do with the waste facilities on GKI. I noticed that there was an advertisement for expressions of interest for cleaning of our council toilet facility over there, which is up at the southern end of the Fisherman's Beach there. And it was sort of expressing that it was opening up to community groups and interested persons. And I was just curious, is that a deviation from how we've currently been managing and cleaning that asset or that facility? And I guess what was the cause to go out beyond that? Or did I imagine it or dreamt it?
Mr Mayor, I don't know the answer to that question, given that it doesn't really relate to what's on the agenda. We'll get some answers for Councillor Bello and other councillors and provide that for you today.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair, if I may. I guess it's more that I had major concerns about the sewerage capacity on Great Keppel Island, which we all know is under tremendous strain, and I was further concerned that we were approaching potentially community groups to clean the only council-controlled toilet facilities on the island, which is the ones that we provide. And I just flagged my concerns when I saw that advertisement, but I look forward to whatever response can be provided to assure us of clarity that it is being adequately managed. I'm not suggesting it's not, but it just raised my concerns somewhat. So, thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, councillor. Any other questions, councillors? So we've got a recommendation that the business outstanding table be received. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 8, presentation of petitions. There are none, and there are no councillor or delegate reports. Which brings us to item 10, questions, statements, motions on notice from councillors. 10.1 is a notice of motion from Councillor Watson in relation to commercial use of car park facilities at the CBD car park. Councillor Watson, you're moving this one?
Yes, please.
All right, can I get a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Mather, thank you. The motion is live. Councillor Watson, would you like to present your report? Notice of motion. Thank you.
Yeah, since the car park was actually constructed, I've always wondered why there were car parks that were double length. And I knew it's almost impossible to reverse a trailer out and things like that. And it just happened to be on the weekend I actually met an engineer who helped design that building. And he said it just came down to design. They just had nothing else they could do with it. I've noticed councillors put bollards in on the second floor at a certain spot to stop people from double parking other people in. And I feel that this is an opportunity for us to make some money from the car park. One section's directly above the car wash, and I thought maybe it could be put out as an offer for a detailing business to come in, because everything's down below and you get it up top. There's sections that are 200 square metres at the other end of that floor that could possibly be turned into businesses, like maybe a car park bar or something like that. I'm not sure what sort of things could be, but I thought put the idea out into the world and see what people came up with. The idea is that there's parking already there. It's concrete, so it's fireproof. And I think it could make a good spot for businesses, but also at the same time, it's going to come a time when council's going to want to charge for parking, and this may alleviate that issue. So I'm hoping that there's room for someone who's an entrepreneur to do something with it.
No, thank you. Anyone speaking against?
Oh, Mr Mayor, I just wondered whether the council would like to maybe change his motion and maybe put that the council investigate and ask for expressions of interest in relation to it. But I just think it's a little bit premature to be, so council investigate and ask, I just think that council should investigate, but the expressions of interest part probably needs to be into the future, once council investigate whether it's able to be done, what the lawful things are around it, rather than jump straight into getting the expressions of interest prior to.
Thank you. That was one of my questions to the good councillor, actually.
Yep.
I concur with Councillor Eastwood. My question was, I mean, have you done any research to find out whether this is engineeringly capable of being done? I mean, ultimately...
When you say engineeringly...
Well, if you're talking about establishing particular facilities in the car park, do we have the appropriate... drainage?
I've spoken to a commercial plumber who said that all the plumbing could be brought up from the outside of the building. The power could be brought up from the outside of the building because there is an open wall. It needed a little bit of work, obviously, but the possibilities are there because everything can be accessed through the outside of the building.
Right. Well, would you be happy just to propose a notice of motion to investigate to start with before we go to expression of interest?
Yeah,
because it may well turn out that this is going to be inordinately expensive and might put a bit of a handbrake on someone coming on board who might be thinking about a commercial opportunity.
Yep, no, I'm fine with that.
All right. So can we amend the notice of motion, Councillor Watson? You're happy to just say that council investigates the use of unused parking spaces to be leased for new businesses?
That'd be fine, thank you.
Mr Mayor, can we put a time frame on that?
Yeah.
Please, because attending one of the toolbox meetings over there, the staff are always concerned when we come up, and I seconded the motion, when we come up with ideas, and good ones at that, where we want things to move along because we think there is worth in it. But it falls back onto them, and from the reports today, there's quite a substantial void as far as staffing goes, and we've got to be mindful that we're not putting additional burden on the staff to expect them to run and do this.
Yep.
So I think we just need to get the budget over and see what sort of breathing space the staff have to see where they can fit into invest. I agree with what you're saying, Mr Mayor. I don't have a problem with that.
No, I agree with your comment too,
But
Councillor.
I'm looking at the staff's capabilities.
Yep, agreed. So I might, with the CEO's indulgence, ask the General Manager of Infrastructure what sort of time frame would be appropriate for this type of work. Approximately 3 months. So what's the... so we put September, would that be okay? All right. So by the
September meeting?
September council meeting.
Would you want to have a workshop before that to talk about it before it actually came to the September meeting?
Well, yeah, that will probably happen as a matter of course, I would think, Councillor. Yeah. All right, so
Okay.
just the council investigate the use of unused parking spaces to be leased to an entrepreneur for new businesses and provides a report to council by the September council meeting. You all comfortable with that, councillors?
Yep.
Yes.
Councillor Friend?
Mr Mayor, I have just a question. It's more of an administrative question, really, but Councillor Watson's original notice of motion was not attached to this. So I just wondered, did the commentary in the report come from Councillor Watson or from the officers? From
That came from me. I just filled in the form that was on our website.
Oh.
And that's why there was no other comment thing. I just filled
Thank
it
you.
straight in how it was.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Watson, you're comfortable with the amended
Yes, I am.
notice
Thank
of
you.
motion? Right. Councillor Mather, you're okay seconding that?
Yes, Mr. Thank you.
All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Watson, a seconder in Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, table.
10.2 is a notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to Millman Road crossing. Councillor Mather, you're moving?
Yes,
clearly.
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. The
Thank
motion's
you,
live.
Councillor Friend.
Councillor Mather, would you like to present your notice of motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, the Jardine Rural Fire Brigade earlier this year sent through a request to council in relation to two matters in particular, and they both related to safety. One was the falling branches from the trees in the road reserve, which were posing a threat to motorists. The second one was a little gully there it's a fairly curved gully, and it's narrow in the middle and it's wider at the entrances. So the President put the very substantial, very comprehensive report in with photos and a lot of explanation, legislation, and Mr. Carter and three members of the brigade, including the President and myself, attended the Millman School there to discuss these matters. Mr. Carter felt that the branches were not the immediate problem and we would monitor those. And the little gully, although it had been widened in the past, clearly it's narrow in the middle, and that poses the problem because this is a farming community and there have been vehicles that have passed or tried to pass at that site, which have almost gotten into trouble. So I'm just coming back, Mr. Mayor, to have that little gully widened in the middle so that it was in line with the entrances and there would be no confusion as to what was the expectation going into that. Because the last thing you want to do is to assume that you're going into a turn where you've got that same width all the way through till the other end, and this is not the case.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any questions of Councillor Mather? Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Mather. This is a school bus route, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
So it's a designated school
Yes.
bus route. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, councillors?
Probably just a question maybe of the staff. Have we got any idea of costings before we commit to something of this nature? It would be good to have costings attached. I don't know whether it's $1,000 or it's $1 million or what sort of costings.
It's not been costed at this point in time.
Mr General Manager, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Councillor Mather's correct, it hasn't been costed at this time. It's not likely to be a large sum of money because it's a bed level crossing floodway, so it requires some widening, but it's not, until we do the business case and consider it in 24, 25, we're not 100% sure, but from initial investigations, it's not, doesn't appear to be excessive.
Clarify, the motion's not suggesting to consider it, it's saying to list it in the budget, so.
It's not, if you look at B in the motion, under the recommendation, listed for works in the 24-25 budget. It gives time for costings.
Yeah, I guess the point I was trying to make is that it's not suggesting to be considered in a future budget, it is to list it in the budget.
We're talking safety here.
No, I'm not I'm just
yes.
wanting to get clarification.
No, in reading, if I can just clarify, Councillor Mather, Councillor Bellows basically asking, is this a definitive inclusion in the 24-25 budget? And,
Yes.
yeah,
The answer
that's
would
what you're
be
asking
Mr.
for.
Mayor. Yes,
right.
that's my request. Thank you. That's in the motion.
All right, any other questions, councillors? Anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather's spoken for. All right, we happy to go to the vote on this one? All right, so we've got a mover and Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you,
Thank you,
councillors.
members.
10.3 is a notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to cattle on Umaid Road, Keppel Sands. Councillor Mather, you're moving this?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
may I request of yourself and the table that this matter lie on the table until next month, because there have been some developments between the officer and the landowners, and there was to be a meeting yesterday. Hopefully we could have had a little bit more information today, but that wasn't possible due to the rain. So there is a future meeting planned between the landowners and the officers, and we won't have any further information until after that meeting. So I think it would be premature at this stage to promote this now.
Well, I guess we've got a couple of options here, Mr. CEO. We can either you can withdraw the motion, notice of motion to council if you want to,
I believe
and
it's
then
still.
reintroduce it at another meeting.
I believe it's still relevant, Mr. Mayor. I just move that it lay on the table until the next general meeting.
All right.
Please.
Okay. Okay, so Councillor Mather, via a procedural motion, has asked that this lay on the table until a future meeting. You're not specifying when, Councillor?
Probably, maybe now June, the June meeting.
To the June meeting?
Yes, thank you. We'd have all the information we need by then.
Okay, Justine, lay on the table to the June meeting. All right. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, members.
10.4 is a notice of motion from Councillor Bello in relation to Thwaite Park. Councillor Bello, you're moving this one?
Yes.
Okay. Can I get a second,
Mr. Chair?
please? Okay.
And happy to just provide a tiny bit of commentary there, Mr. Chair.
Can I get a seconder first, councillor? Yeah. Can I get a seconder for the notice of motion? Councillor Eastwood, thank you.
Yeah, just for the councillors and Mr. Chairman's benefit, I'd be seeking to amend in a positive direction that 2B be withdrawn completely in terms of the maintenance classification of the mowing of the park, based on the positive feedback that the officers have been able to provide to clarify that it's already at a similar standard to, for example, Daniel Park in Kiwi Bay. That's very encouraging to the residents to hear down there. So with the will of the table, it'll be just item A, the installation of the amenities to be considered.
So point 1 comes out too, councillors? I'm just confused. That in order to advance LEC open space and recreation plan on behalf of the communities at Zilsey Cove, council reassesses its current levels of service for Thwaite Park. My understanding is that Thwaite Park is a Category B park already, which is the same as Daniel Park.
Daniel, it's the same in, perhaps an officer made it, but it's...
Mr. General Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you are correct. It's a Category B, which is consistent with other parks of that standard, such as Daniel Park, Olive Dory Park throughout the region.
All right. So, again, I guess I'm just seeking clarification. We're saying in that first one then, councillor, we're going to reassess the current level of service. It's a level B park. Do you want to actually change the level of service from a level B to something else?
Happy just to refine it to a consideration in relation to dot point number 2,
Right.
which will purely be focusing on the toilet amenities there.
Okay, right.
And that's primarily the important aspect of it. Mr. Chair? Right, you are. Good.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thanks for the clarification. All right, so we're going to move Councillor Bello, second Councillor Eastwood. The motion is live. Questions, Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bello, for bringing this to our attention. I'm going to ask you the same question that you've asked of previous councillors this morning. Have you undertaken any costings for an amenities block at Thwaite Park? Have you spoken to officers in relation to costings?
The positive news is that this motion seeks for a business case which would provide those costings. It would provide what's required in an event that we chose to move forward and actually install it. So all of that would be contained in a business case.
Thank you. My next question, I suppose, would be to the officers. Thank you so much. With an amenities block, is it ever considered that there's be only one toilet, not a male, female and all abilities toilet, but just a one all abilities toilet, so one pedestal, rather than the usual 4 to 6 pedestals in a larger amenities block? Is that taken into consideration for future amenities in these smaller parks?
Mr Mayor, I might hand the baton to our General Manager of Infrastructure, if that's all right. That is his department.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Friend, for the question. When we do an assessment of the needs for the amenities, we will take into account the demand and the usage. We have installed recently, in the last couple of years, a similar toilet block to your description, which is down at the southern end of Lammermoor Beach, and that's working very well. So it is possible. There's a range of options from 1, 2, 3, 4, depending on the size of the park, district or regional, local.
Thank you so much, Mr General Manager, and to both General Managers actually. I do see that for a smaller park, one pedestal, unisex, all abilities would be advantageous rather than the usual old, male, female toilets, etc. Thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Mr Creedman, that toilet block at Lammermoor, I believe that cost us more than 200,000 to build. Do you remember that? I'm just wondering if there's a cheaper way to do this and still give the people the toilet that they're looking for, because it's an awful lot of money to put in for just a toilet block.
Thank you, Councillor. I can't recall the exact cost of that toilet block, but it's fair to say toilet blocks, amenities aren't cheap. They need to be built in a robust material. I think in the report we mentioned some antisocial behaviour in certain parks, and that creates issues for cleaning, but also just the robustness of the materials that we need to use. So it does add to the cost.
I just remember that last one there, we couldn't even get a listing of what was in the toilet block in the way of cut down of prices, because I was chasing the solar system and it was never able to be given. That's all. I'm just thinking if we're going to do that, we need to really go back and look at what the costings are and everything, so it's all itemised, because we couldn't get that from the last one. That's all.
Councillor.
Who gave us the price for the last one? Who erected the last one? Through you, Mr Mayor? So we got the price and had the construction done by a private builder. And there was only one response, I think, at the time.
Well, you're probably asking questions we can't answer, Councillor
I think I'm
Mather.
just trying to jog other memories,
So
Mr Mayor.
I'm sure the General Manager will take the question on notice and get back to you.
Because I think there are better ways, get the result, Mr Mayor, and a better way to do business, yes.
Well, as Councillor Bello has already alluded, Councillor Mather, that's the whole point of the business case.
Yeah, it's right. And,
All right. So, any other questions? Councillor Bello, do you want to wrap up?
Oh, yeah, I'd like to. Yeah, I'll endeavour to start and maybe even wrap up at the same time. Yeah. I guess, councillors, many good questions that have come thus far, and as the Mayor rightly points out, this is actually about preparing a business case primarily. But I would understand if councillors wanted to vote against this, if they believe that it did not want to see that facility down in Thwaite Park. If they did not believe that a facility of this nature is warranted there, because not all parks have a toilet facility. I'm mindful of that. A lot of people don't want toilet facilities in the small pocket type parks. One up at Barlow's Hill, for example. Nobody is requesting for that there. To my knowledge, I've never heard anyone request. But about 7 years ago, I attended a resident reached down there with the previous council, and a commitment was made to the growing community back then that council would recognise that a toilet facility is essential to the functioning of this park. It's not, in my opinion, we've assessed the science of this park. Does it qualify? If you believe it doesn't, that's okay. Vote against it. The community there believes it does. I believe that, and there's a number of reasons. There's a sporting field there with goalposts that would encourage children to play there. We've invested heavily in shade structures there. There's nearly 1,000 people that live very close to the catchment of this park. It's quite remote in its nature from the rest of the community. They're the sort of reasons that I believe that it warrants a toilet facility of some type. 1 toilet, 2 toilet, that's not for me to decide. This is really about whether we assess as a management team, does that community there, the nature of that park, warrant some sort of toilet facilities? And just to close, recently when I was down there meeting with some residents, along with the CEO, we were sitting in the car there observing a whole range of different issues to do with Zilsey Code. We know that there's been some issues there over time, and where the community and council is doing its best to improve things there, and it's great news that the entrance sign has been beautifully painted recently. And I'm sure that the residents down there would be extremely proud of that. And the workmanship that was done to those that did that, that's a terrific outcome. So we're seeing good signs there. When we were down there observing all of this different issues there, we happened to pull up at the park for a quick break, and I couldn't believe it. I see 2 families turn up, and both children of those families had to go and stand behind a tree to urinate. I thought, my goodness, we can do better than that. Okay, that's why I'm bringing this to the table, and I would appreciate your support on behalf of the Zilsey Coast community.
Thank you. Councillor Eastwood.
Mr Mayor, I would like the opportunity to speak for this one. Yeah, look, we're talking about costings, and cost is a really, really important consideration. But I believe the cost to the community is too much to ignore. That community is quite isolated. There's a definite need, as the good councillor has already just shared with us in his briefing then. So, look, I do encourage our councillors to vote for this, so that the community that also already feels a bit isolated, and there's a bit of stigma involved with that community, I just think we should be looking after them as much as we can, Mr Mayor.
Right, thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend, did you want to make a comment?
I just want to ask a question to Mr CEO in relation to the reference group of Zilsey and Keppel Cove. When will we start seeing some action on the particular reference group, those people that had expressed an interest in attending? Just to let the community know that, you know, that's still happening, and when we can see some action?
Mr Mayor, I don't know the answer to that question, Councillor Friend. I'm happy to find out if there has been. I know that councillors have been shared the nominations for appointment. I don't know if the first meeting's been scheduled though, but it won't be difficult to find out. We'll circle back and let councillors know before the end of the day. Certainly.
And Mr Mayor, through you, I'd also like to state my support in this business case, especially if we can see a unisex toilet with perhaps 1 pedestal, a smaller block, and I do know that the community have been asking for this for a while, so I do back Councillor Bello and Councillor Eastwood in this notice of motion.
All right, thank you. And just to, Councillor Swadley.
Through the chair, Mr Mayor, further to that, I'd like to support that also. We also need to be looking at the continued future and growth, and particularly those areas. And speaking to a number of people within the community down there, they do feel a little bit isolated. And I think heading towards, as it continues to grow in that area, and seeing children having to urinate behind trees and things, I think I think we've got to get past that. And certainly, I'm fully supportive of this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Swadley. I'll give Councillor Bello the opportunity to wrap up again. But if I can perhaps make a suggestion to the officers in preparing the report, and I would imagine this will be a combination between infrastructure and communities. We are constantly looking for venues for events, and the Classic Car Show is coming to the Emu Park area very shortly. There's absolutely no reason why Thwaite Park couldn't be considered for some of these events as well. I mean, it's a big area, and so ultimately, if that's going to happen, then we do need toilet facilities. But I think I would just encourage the officers to consider Thwaite Park going forward as a venue for some of these events, because we constantly get issues from some of the residents down around Emu Park about the boat ramp and car park being, cut off during events. So, if we can maybe relocate some of these events to places like Keppel Cove, I would just urge you to think about that. All right, councillors. Councillor Bello, do you want to wrap up it? Okay, we've got a move of Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. 10.5 is notice of motion from Councillor Bello in relation to Esplanade Furniture, Marine Parade, Emu Park. Right.
To move that, Mr Chair.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Mather, thank you. The motion is live. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. Councillors, I'd understand perhaps if you were thinking, why would he bring this up at this time? It's been some while since, I think it was even reported in the Spectator there, maybe over a year ago. But I think that'd be a fair question to ask. The reason for that is following on from becoming aware of that non-assessable works in a coastal zone document that was used or referred to, I think, at last month's meeting to do with the outriggers there. I guess it just gave me it sort of gave me extra confidence to think, hang on, we have the ability as a council to be able to carry out such things even as this. That document provides us a pathway to perhaps correct something that initially started as probably not in the right footing, despite Mr Green's best attempts. Doing something without approval is clearly not what we want to see our community do. But upon assessing that whole situation, I sort of stood back and thought, wow, is there a way we could actually make good of this and do it legitimately? Use the appropriate documentation to underpin why we've made the decision? Because I think at the end of the day, it's actually about the community, and generally the community there are very supportive of furniture that was installed there, and they would have even been more supportive if it had been done correctly. And I believe we can partner in this to actually see this thing corrected as a result of if we're prepared to support it today. There's no cost to council. It's just the cost of us considering something from a practical, common sense point of view. And I believe our community would be very appreciative of that, and it becomes formalised by council. And that's what this is about, councillors. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Watson.
Let's have a question to ask Mr Mayor. Not necessarily of Mr Bello, but 12 months ago when this happened, there was a park bench on that beach at the time, and I've wondered since, and I did ask the question at the time, had it ever been approved to be put there? And it's still there today. I went and photographed it yesterday. But the other thing is, it seems like a moot point, seeing that we've got at the bottom of the recommendations that it should be installed in the next 4 weeks. So I'm just wondering if we should move on.
All right, well, you can move a procedural motion that we move to the next item, Councillor, if you want to.
Excuse me, may we move to the next item?
Mr Mayor, as the seconder, I'd like to say something in relation to that, please. Thank you.
Well, we've got a procedural motion in front of us, Councillor. Right.
That tops it, Mr Mayor?
Mm-hmm. It does, yeah. All right, we've got a procedural motion to move to the next item, moved by Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried. And I guess the consolation, Councillor Bello, is that I was going to ask the same question, and notice the officers are going to be doing something in the next month or so about that.
Yeah, I guess if I could just respond, that's encouraging to hear. However, the same comments were made over a year and 2 months ago that they were going to be installed last May. So let's hope that 4 weeks would be a great outcome.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where are we? Yeah, I've got to find it. It's a long response to 10.5. (10.6) A notice of motion from Councillor Bello in relation to council land for affordable housing. Councillor Bello is no doubt moving. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eastwood. All right, Councillor Bello, the floor is yours.
Very happy to take any questions, of course, Mr. Chairman. But in the absence of that, yeah, the motion there, I believe it's clear on its intent. We obviously had a situation previously where we considered an item of business that was in the confidential agenda. I would just encourage councillors that whenever possible that we hold items of this type of nature in the open session. To my understanding, there was nothing actually to preclude us. Well, I put questions to ask, did it need to be in the confidential? I'm not satisfied that it did, and that's not about me saying, oh, I didn't get what I want, so I'm coming to, to have a second go. I'm probably offering councillors the opportunity to, through the debate, to consider maybe whether, as a collective of people's views and opinions in a debate, when we focus down this a little bit finer, that we actually see the benefits of doing it in the public session, if there's no definitive reasons in terms of specifics of something that must remain confidential, which my understanding there was nothing in that report, so therefore let's be as transparent and accountable with the community as we can, especially when we're going to gift land to a community organisation. And bearing in mind that community organisations are made up primarily of, there's a breakdown of them under the Australian Federal Government's policy on this, for want of a better word. So about 90% of community organisations, so 90% are made up of basically grassroots, small, not-for-profit, non-money making entities. They're the ones that we see even last meeting where we had a community tenure policy upgrade. We had the Yeppoon Hack and Pony Club, Yeppoon Country Music Club, it might be the Emu Park Rugby League Club. They're in that 90% of what a community organisation is. They have limited ability to raise money, so they make up the bulk of it. The other 10% of our community organisations are significant business institutions, like we had with Anglicare, or it could be the Catholic Church. Those types of ones are vastly different in their capacity to generate income. They have huge budgets, they have huge numbers of employees, and they get huge amounts of funding. I don't have a problem with that at all, very supportive of that. But if we're going to gift them land, I would like to see it in the public meeting rather than in the confidential session. Secondly, I think that's probably about it. So thank you, councillors.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you. I have some questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I suppose my first one is to Mr. CEO. Why was this proposal discussed originally in closed session? Is there any legislation in place that prevents this from being discussed in open session?
Mr. Mayor, if I answer the question or the two questions in reverse, is there legislation prohibiting this from being considered in open session, or the item last month being considered in open session? No, there's not. The answer to the first part of the question is probably the same answer I gave when Councillor Bello asked the question at last month's meeting, which is, generally speaking, officers will take a conservative approach to these things, to not deny councillors the opportunity to consider whether it should or shouldn't I think I used the phrase at the last meeting, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. So if we publish it in the open session, councillors are denied the opportunity to determine whether it should or shouldn't be. So we will take that conservative approach. It's ultimately up to councillors, because you have to vote that you are satisfied for one of 7 or 8 different reasons, satisfied that the item should be considered in closed session, and we don't want to take that away from you.
Thank you. My next question is, could you let us all recall why this wasn't taken to public consultation with the community? Why wasn't it an option in gifting this land?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah, I suppose more so for the officer, for you, Mr. CEO.
Councillors, I guess for those of you who were present at the presentation with Anglicare, when they came approaching, they were quite keen to take advantage of some of the funding programs that were available, and they had timelines on them, so they did ask us to move things along. Certainly got the sense that councillors were comfortable with that at the time. Councillor Bello puts an alternate point of view.
Yep. And my last question to Councillor Bello is that on your point 3 in your resolution, could you please explain that to us clearly?
In order to explain that clearly,
Satisfaction of the relevant requirements of local government legislation, currently S236 of Local Government Regulation 2012. So in what sense did you mean satisfaction of the relevant requirements?
well, despite an interesting conversation that the CEO and I had, I'm sure he won't mind me touching on this, that was an addition of the CEO's, and for understandably good reason, because it articulates where the parameters allow for things to go into confidential. So it's not it's just something that we make up ourselves. There is a clear section in the Act. Mr. CEO, you may be able to reference it even to the councillors, and it outlines items such as, it may be industrial relations matters, it may be budget information that could prejudice a council. There's clear instructions in the Act, Mr. Chair, and that's what number 3 is alluding to. If the councillors would like, I'm sure that the organisation could provide that reference to the Act, which would help councillors.
Is your inclusion, councillor?
Beg your pardon? It most definitely is. What I'll do, I'll provide that reference to the Act after the meeting. Okay, well, I apologise for the... Yep, okay, I apologise for my reference that the number 3 I thought was your suggestion, Mr. CEO.
As you know, I think all 3 are satisfied without this motion.
Sure, okay, thank you.
Councillor Mayor.
Just an observation, Mr. Mayor, just number 3, I think we would not be doing anybody any favours. We were to be in contravention of section 236 of the regulation. That's why we're going to comply with it.
Thank you. All right. Given we're in debate now, I'm just going to make some comments, councillors. I don't have a problem with point 1. My only question with point 1 is, what does meaningful community consultation look like? Is that a survey? Is it going out, putting a booth at the town hall? Is it a booth in the shopping centre? What does meaningful community consultation look like? As I said, I don't have a problem with that, apart from that definition, but I think all 3 of these are somewhat surplus to requirements, as the CEO has alluded to, and it's just my view, councillors. And I guess the question I have for the good deputy is that is there something in the previous transactions that has caused him to think that matters have not been dealt with appropriately? He knows very well from his portfolio that these matters are discussed in confidential sessions only when it's required, generally by legislation, but council and the CEO has an oversight of that. And the legislation is very prescriptive at times about when this should and shouldn't happen. As for the reference to section 236 of the Local Government Reg, which stipulates the circumstances in which a local government may dispose of a non-current asset, it's got nothing to do with confidentiality. Lost my place. In which, without going to the market, I'm also a little bit confused pardon me, confused as to why this was referenced. Again, the CEO and the councillors are very aware of this piece of legislation, and in the recent transaction where land was gifted to a community organisation, the majority were clearly satisfied that requirements of this section of the legislation had been met. When it comes to the vote, I will support this notice of motion, but I would urge the good deputy that if he's got concerns in relation to the conduct of council in relation to these matters, that perhaps he would articulate them or refer them to the OIA.
The OIA is to me.
Well, if there's something that the good deputy is concerned about in terms of breach of process or protocol, that's the appropriate place to take it, councillor.
I'm just
Mr Mayor,
confused on
I
that.
would have thought that the good councillor is just trying to just endeavour that we make better process, and not, he's not accusing, or he's not.
It was a question on my part, councillor Eastwood. That was
Mr Chair, were you requiring an answer or?
No, it's up
on
to
the
you,
question?
councillor, whether you want to reply and give me a reply or not.
Okay, right. I'll look forward to the wrap-up.
Right. Any other comments or questions, councillors, before we go to councillor Bello to wrap?
Well, I'd just like to speak for the motion, Mr Mayor, and I believe that when we gift, particularly a community asset, that we do need to have some sort of community consultation, and I don't know what meaningful means, but we do need to make sure that we have some sort of community consultation, and also that we are so transparent that we have that in an open meeting when we actually debate it, so that the general public know the where and why falls of what we're talking about. So I concur with the notice of motion, and I give it my full support, Mr Mayor, and I hope other councillors do the same.
Thank you, councillor. All right, councillor Bello, you should wrap up.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Okay, where to from here? It's interesting, the comments around meaningful community consultation, they're actually not my words, those words. They're actually in the Local Government Act, and there's a reason for that. Because meaningful community consultation allows for the community to influence, by way of being involved in the consultation, to potentially influence the outcome. That's what consultation is. We've all heard there's different types of consultation. There's consultation when you go out and you tell the community, this is what we're going to do. There's no scope for the community to influence the change there. And it's not, nor is it meant to. And that's quite acceptable. Meaningful community consultation captures the ability for the council and the community to interact in a way that their input will be considered and will have the ability to influence a small bit, a minor bit, or a big bit. That's what meaningful community consultation is. So I can reassure you that it's not me making up something. It's actually embedded in the principles of local government. I'm asking us to do that whenever we are prepared to gift land to a community organisation, especially when they're in the 10% of those that are significant business institutions who have incredible financial capacity. I'm asking us to go that little step further to engage with our community. In terms of, I'm probably a little bit perplexed in terms of comments about the OIA. I don't really feel a need to even perhaps comment on that. I don't think there was any conduct that was deliberate or nefarious in any way whatsoever. I think for me, where my observations that it could slightly be better, because the public will have a say somewhat, because there's an MCU attached to this particular process. Yeah, so there is an MCU. A sign will go up to say, we're going to build these units here, Anglicare. So there will be some scrutiny over that. But the bigger decision that comes before that was council deciding in a closed section that they're going to gift land to a community organisation without any consultation. I think that's a step that we do need to be mindful of, and that's where I'm asking us to consider that and embed that into our decision making going into the future. I don't believe there's anything else for me to say, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Bello. All right, we've got a mover in councillor Bello, seconded councillor Eastwood. All in favour, councillors? Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you. All right, we're up to the finance report. 11, I believe, councillors. 11.1. Councillors, our Chief Financial Officer is unwell today, so the CEO has decided to step into the breach on her behalf. So we welcome him and also ask you to be gentle. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just before I do so, perhaps I can circle back and close out a couple of those earlier questions we took on notice. Mr Mayor, I think Councillor Bellow's question about the expression of interest for services on Great Keppel Island. So the current arrangements for that conclude on the 30th of June, so it is just a refresh renewal of that particular process. I didn't see the references to community groups and the like specifically, but certainly they're not denied from, if there are suitable such groups who want to provide those services, they would be welcome to submit a tender, but it just happens to be that current arrangement and the advertised arrangements are simply a repeat of the current arrangements, so no change there. I think Chris has circulated to councillors by email, so the Zilsey Reference Group nominees have been appointed and notified, and there's a meeting schedule expected to be out this week, but I don't have a date for the first meeting. There are a couple of others of those questions that we'll provide during the balance of the day.
Mr CEO, would you just like to entertain questions on the finance report as opposed to going through it?
I did go to some trouble over breakfast to provide a bit of a commentary, Mr Mayor, but I'm more than happy if councillors can just take the message as read, and happy to take questions. Councillors, the report before you represents financial statements for the period ended 30 April 2023. That's 83% of our financial year progressed. You'll note a positive variance of the operating result and a stronger surplus than was originally budgeted. That is attributed largely to the second half yearly rates notices issued due date in February. Revenue is tracking a little behind expectations. We've got another water consumption notice to factor into those figures. Sales revenue is performing well, as are interest earnings as a result of the higher cash rates and higher than anticipated cash holdings. So while I touch on that, moving to the balance sheet, it's just shy of $110 million in cash at bank, noted at the end of April, and again cash rate at 3.85% in May, which is a large step up on where it was this time last year. Continued payment of rates and charges means our receivables are reducing. We've got 631 of 18,000+ rateable assessments currently under active management. That's representing rates arrears of a little over $4 million. We'll continue to pursue those as we do normally. Our borrowings are currently 56 million and on target to reduce to 54 million as our repayments are made quarterly. There is a report on procurement that shows our spend with suppliers, not only in the local area, but we categorise across Central Queensland and Queensland to show where the spend pattern is distributed. It also shows the tenders awarded during the reporting period. Our capital works program is running behind, as I think councillors are well aware. We do have a large sum, $23 million in committals, and we will be doing some work between now and the end of June to just properly understand what will be concluded pre-30 June and what will be carried over into the next financial year. There's probably a handful of other things I could touch on, but happy to respond to any questions in Andrea's absence.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I have two questions today. First one is on page 92 and it's in relation to a contract withdrawn summary, lots 25 and 30, the Gateway. I suppose my question also relates to Councillor Bellow's previous notice of motion in relation to confidentiality. So the original proposal for the sale of lot 30 was resolved in this last month in April's ordinary meeting, and I'm just curious to understand why that in this April agenda item 15.6, sale by tender of lots 25 and 30 at the Gateway Business and Industry Park was 1 month ago considered confidential in accordance with section 254JC of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the actual now the same very similar information is now broadcasted in open session on page 92. I'm just curious to understand why. Thank you. And I have one more question then.
Probably another question on notice, Mr Chairman. I can't recall if the identity of the purchaser was included in the ultimate resolution, which of course is in open session of council, but I'll have to check on that. I can do that during the break, perhaps.
Thank you, Mr CEO. And I suppose my second question is on page 90, and I just wanted to obtain an update on the Doonside Bridge construction.
Likewise,
Mr General Manager.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Friend. Officers have been liaising with the engaged contractor. Last Friday we received an updated construction program. As the table knows, we've been back and forth on this project as well as Werribee and Doonside bridges with the same contractor for quite a while now. We requested a program of works which has been received. We're currently assessing that in accordance with the contract. Our expectation is that they'll be on site or weather dependent in July and August, and the indications are that they want to get on with the project and finalise it on behalf of council.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Councillor Mather, you got a question?
Yes, I think and they're only 14% complete. Is that, are you aware of that? Don't know. But I did read it, Mr Mayor. We've still got a long way to go. Mr Mayor, I'm just, with the total loan borrowings, we've got a current debt of 56.05 million. Through to the CEO, who may or may not know it at this point in time, are we still doing annual repayments in relation to that debt, given our current financial position and commitments?
Mr Mayor, as I remarked earlier, we make payments quarterly, Councillor Mather.
Sorry.
And Councillor Mather, that's according to a schedule that we have with the Queensland Treasury Corporation.
Yes, yes.
For all their debt pools.
So do I take it that the answer is that irrespective of what our current financial position is as we move along annually, that we still have that commitment quarterly with Queensland Treasury anyway? Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So is there opportunity to revise that at any stage? Do we have the ability to say to them, look, we found ourselves doing something differently and we need to put that on hold for a little while, 6 months or something, 2 payments? Yeah. I mean, rather than keep paying it down and struggling in other areas, I'm just wondering whether we have, if we have that ability, we could consider it if we needed to.
Over to you, Mr CEO.
Mr Mayor, thank you for your question, Councillor May. The Queensland Treasury Corporation are a unique type of bank, I suppose, as a government-owned corporation, but like any other bank, you can certainly negotiate with your bank the terms depending on your circumstances. So we've got certain commitments, not unlike other people who borrow from their bank. We have the opportunity to negotiate those terms if we wish to initiate that conversation. Council's been quite firm in its position that it's wanted to reduce debt, so we've continued to do so.
And that may or may not come with penalty if we needed to make adjustments to that. Just an observation, Mr Mayor. I noticed that we did okay with interest rates between Queensland Treasury and the RBA, Reserve Bank, but we did quite well with that, greater than expected. So that's a good little windfall. I've got a few here, Mr Mayor, but I think I can catch those up with Andrea when she comes back to work, Mr Mayor, rather than put the CEO on the spot.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. I had a couple of questions, Mr CEO, and the first one's in relation to page 85, the ageing of rates receivables. I notice the 5 years quantum is about 5.5% of the overall ageing rates. I'm just wondering if at some stage I could get a more detailed breakdown of that, please. In looking at the CapEx program, and now I'm on page 89 of the report under ICT, subtotal there, we've only got a 19% spend. And I guess I'm just a little concerned at the low quantum of that. If the 89. Table at the top there, yep, 19%. And on page, I'll get there in a second, 90, next page, under engineering services, I'm just questioning whether that total is correct, because the 273% for the annual design program is an overspend and actually should be subtracted from that total as opposed to added cumulatively with it.
Mr Mayor, thank you for your question. So in turn, the 19% referred to at the top of the page, year-to-date figure, we've got only $300,000 of that $1.1 million budget expended. I'll get some further detail for you on that, but my understanding is we're well on target to apply our capital budget to our technology projects this year. So I'll just get that confirmed.
Thank you. That's been affected by that negative 23%. I'm just wondering what that was.
And there may well be a timing in relation to funds that we've committed and funds that we've expended, but I'll get the detail for councillors distributed.
Thank you.
And sorry, in relation to page 9?
Engineering services, down the bottom, the total, subtotal, 535%. I'm just querying that total because I think the 273% is an overspend, so it should have been subtracted from the others as opposed to added to them.
Thank you again, Mr Mayor. Indeed, it's a rather large percentage-wise overspend in terms of actual quantum of funds. It's not that significant, but there is, as you can see, a number of unders and overs in that particular area. So let me get some more detail. But like I say, there's zero applied to the budget below.
No, I'm just looking for complete accuracy on that, so I'm happy to discuss offline.
We'll get that confirmed for you.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, can I get a move? Councillor,
Just one last question, if you would, please,
Councillor
Mr Mayor.
Mather, yes.
Through you to the Mr Creederman. What outstanding capital works do we still have to do? Can you provide that to me later if you don't have it now? Is that okay? Thank you. I'll share it with the others. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Swadling. Thank you. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to the finance?
Just to convey appreciation for the content of the report and our best regards to the director who's unwell. If you could pass that on, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Happy to go to the vote, councillors? All right, got a mover and Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Swadling. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. according to me, and we're up to 11.4, is that correct? 11.2. There we go, not correct. Right, this is the fees and charges register for 2023-24 councillors, and the recommendation is that council adopt the 23-24 fees and charges register as contained in the attachment to be effective from Monday the 3rd of July 2023. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Swadling. All right, any questions, councillors?
Just the only question, if I could, Mr Chair, is just to confirm that it's a 5% increase. Is that what's being flagged across all the fees and charges, or am I on page 93? Fees and charges proposed for 2023-4 are provided in the attached schedule. The schedule also outlines last year's and a 5% increase. Is that where we're at?
Mr Mayor, generally speaking, yes, there'll be some exceptions that are noted in the schedule for different items, but generally speaking, yes.
All right, any other questions, councillors?
Say a few words if I...
Yep, the floor is yours, councillor. You're the mover.
Yeah, happy to move the motion. Not always happy about seeing increases in prices, but in this circumstance it's 5%. However, I guess just for the community's benefit, all councillors led by the Mayor through this budget process, and fees and charges including that, have really, I think, focused as heavily as we can, scrutinised every fee and charge that council does, and there's certainly a lot of them, in order to provide those services to our community. We know that inflationary measures have been skyrocketing, driving costs of doing business in all sectors, and certainly for the local government as we are captured in that. And so an average of a 5% increase is what we're delivering to the community. We recognise that some people will think that is 5% too much. But we believe collectively that it's, well, I believe at this point, I can only speak for myself, but I believe that we've been responsible in the decisions that we've come to through that budget process. So I prepared to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against the fees and charges? Would anyone else like to speak for? All right. Councillor Mather.
Mr Mayor, 5% on what? When we look at what it costs us to do business with rising costs, not only through staff, enterprise bargaining, facilities that we have to upkeep, the cost of fuel, tar, all those things that we have to keep up with. We have probably been erring on the side of keeping it thin. We've reached the stage that we are now faced with reality, not only this local government, but all local governments. And until such time, and the government, state governments and federal governments collectively realise the difficulties that all of these costs are putting councils into, we will continue to struggle. And what we're doing now, we're recognising the true cost of what performance and what services we are providing. But I think it's time that we collect with our fellow councils and make it very clear to the upper tiers of government that we have gone as far as we can go with putting pressure on the public, because the public certainly knows where they sit, and we are sitting with them. And we're doing the best we can with the little that we have and the costs that we face. And I think it's time that we really started to make the upper government sit up and take notice of the difficulties that we're having, Mr Mayor. And whatever way we have to do that, I will be in there with the fight. Thank you.
Hear, hear, councillor.
Thank you, councillor Mather. Councillor Swadling.
Yes, I'd like just to confirm that certainly I understand how hard it is out there. It's difficult, and all the councillors in the room and mayor and officers work very tirelessly to look at these figures, and it's just figure after figure and trying to get the best outcome we can. So I'd just like to congratulate the staff for the hard work that they've done trying to put this together. It is difficult out there. We know it's difficult out there. We can continue to strive to do the best for our communities. But certainly, I think at this stage, we need to look at what we're doing out there and the services that we're delivering. And unfortunately, these things cost. And so when delivering this increase, it's not an easy increase to deliver for anybody. But I think I just want to once again thank the staff for the work that they've done in the background and the support the councils have given. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Swallow. Any other Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just looking at the Consumer Price Index for March 2023 in Australia, it was 7%, and in Brisbane it was 7.4%. So we're looking at a 5% increase, although there are exceptions within these fees and charges. It gives us no pleasure to do so. We are also ratepayers of this community, and we do also pay our own way when it comes to the fees and charges as well. But I do support this today, Mr Mayor, because really I've only written two things down. We have no choice, no choice. We must do this. So yeah, it grieves me, but at the same time, it's responsible, and we need to be a responsible council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillors, I'm not going to prolong the discussion very much, just apart from making a reference to the requirements on local government now imposed by our state masters. As you are all aware, we are unable to bring down budgets with deficits for any protracted period of time. And so that puts an enormous amount of pressure on local governments to remain above the black line. And so in terms of doing that, as Councillor Friend has alluded to, we really don't have a choice. And we are not passing on, as she says, the full CPI cost to council. We are passing on something less, but in an attempt to try and be fair to our community, but at the same time, abide by the requirements of the state government to remain viable. Because if we don't do that, if we bring in a continuous series of deficit budgets, the Queensland audit shines a light in places that we don't particularly enjoy. So it's really a circle that comes back to us having all the time to impose these additional costs, or increases I should say, onto our ratepayers. It's not fair, and ultimately no one particularly enjoys it. We've got a mover in Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Swadling. All in favour? Carried unanimously, reluctantly I would say, councillors. (11.3) councillors, is the operational plan for 22-23 progress report. Mr CEO, this one is yours.
Happy to provide some commentary. Mr Mayor, I think Ursula Sleeman might be good enough to assist me with some of the detail as the time comes, and others obviously on the specifics. But I guess pleasingly, of the 74 items, we only have a small number, 5, that we are deferring for a time, but there are also 11 rescheduling, but that does mean that 58 are either on time or already completed. So we're pleased with that result. There's some, I guess, highlights nominated at the top of page 96, but councillors will have their own interest in a number of areas, so we're happy to respond to questions as posed.
Move, Mr Mayor.
You're moving, councillor? Yes. Okay. Seconded Councillor Swadling. Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Swadling. Any questions, councillors, or comments? Happy to go to the vote, councillors?
Oh, I'd just like to say, under Natural Livingstone, which is directly under my portfolio, I just would like to say to all of the officers and the Natural Resource Management team, water and waste, and any officer under my portfolio, well done. They punch above their weight day in, day out. They work so hard to bring these results to council. And under Natural Livingstone, very little rescheduling. Most of the performance indicators are on time with benefits to be achieved. So that's all I need to say. Thank you very much, officers.
Thank you, Councillor Friend, here. All right, noting that Councillor Watson has left us for the moment, and we'll just go to the vote on this one. Mover Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Swadling. We need to put his title in there, Justine, thank you.
Oh, yeah, fixed it up.
All in favour? Carried, thank you, councillors. 11.4, councillors, thank you, Ursula. Thank you, Mr CEO. 11.4, Councillor Mather, you're leaving us.
Mr Mayor, I am declaring a conflict of interest. I am declaring a conflict of interest in 11.4, as this application is my neighbour, separated by a railway line.
Okay.
So I have declared a conflict in the past, and I'm doing that again. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Mr CEO, what are we doing morning tea at some stage?
Given we don't have our planners with us, Mr Mayor, perhaps...
Well, I'll move a procedural motion that we actually break for morning tea. All in favour? Carried, thank you. That'll give Councillor Watson an opportunity to rejoin us as well.
Indeed.
No tea for you. Shows our age.
Yep, I'll move a procedural motion to return from the break. All in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. As you're aware, councillors, we're up to 11.4, development application for reconfiguring a lot and a material change of use for a dwelling house at Lot 3, Dawson Road, Glenlee, reminding everyone that Councillor Mather has declared an interest in this and left the room. So we have Tammy with us this morning. Good morning, Tammy, and welcome.
Morning, Mr Mayor and councillors.
The floor is yours.
So this report talks to 2 development applications lodged concurrently over 2 adjoining sites, resulting in 64 park residential style lots with a dwelling house proposed on each lot and a new road. So the sites are located within the rural zone in the locality of Glenlee. The site's generally unconstrained with the exception of a waterway midway between the northern lot. There's also bushfire hazard associated with the vegetation within and surrounding the waterway and some more bushfire constraints towards the rear within some elevated bushy areas. So the development will result in a total of 64 park res sized lots between 7,500 square metres with a road access point from Dawson Road. So a dwelling house is proposed on each lot and the development is proposed to be undertaken in 7 stages. So the first application proposes 34 lots and that includes a public use land for drainage over Sutherland Creek waterway, and the second application proposes 30 lots. The development will connect to reticulated water supply and provides interallotment drainage works, easements and a dam to ensure the design can manage stormwater for the development. The lots are of a sufficient size to accommodate on-site sewage systems, and the estate is serviced by a road intersection at Dawson Road and provides new internal roads including connections west and south. So just a summary of assessment. So the application was subject to public notification and 1 submission was received. So that regarded the placement of the notification signage, the proximity of the development to the rail line, potential for road upgrades to Dawson Road, street lighting and repercussions of street lighting, and then parkland, whether there was or wasn't going to be a public park, and then associated maintenance costs with that. All of those have been addressed as part of the assessment. The application was referred to the state and they supported the application subject to conditions. The application does not compromise the state planning policy interests. The application generally complies with the performance outcomes and overall outcomes for the Rural Zone Code, Biodiversity Overlay Code, Development Works Code and General Development Code. There were some inconsistencies with the reconfiguring the lot code with regards to neighbourhood design, which has been addressed in terms of site distances being achieved at the Dawson Road intersection. Development didn't provide a bushfire management plans, but the bushfire hazard overlay code was suitably addressed as part of the assessment. It is considered a low-risk site, and subsequent to earthworks and clearing that will be undertaken, that potential for risk will be further reduced, and then any houses that are still within those buffer areas will be certified accordingly to make sure that they comply with the National Construction Code when you're building in bushfire areas. So the lots in this area, being in the rural zone, the minimum lot size is 150 hectares, which the development doesn't comply with. However, we do feel that as the development's in proximity to existing estates of a similar size and design in that Rocky View, Glendale, Glenlee localities, there is an established land use pattern in the area. and the sites are generally identified as rule raised in the strategic framework mapping. So the recommendation for both applications is for approval subject to conditions. So there's infrastructure charges for D49, which are 673,750, and for D50, 592,750. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Everyone's hand went up. Councillor Eastwood, you can go first. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I did notice that the development includes an area of public land, parkland, with a seems like a water course runs through it or something, it's on the creek. It just reminds me, it reminds me a lot of over at Glendale where people are wanting a park, and I just look at this and I think, gee, maybe we should be getting the developer to put when I say a park, I mean a playground. Put a playground in, otherwise it could come back to bite us later, and we might have to install a playground, just like at Glendale. They're shouting out that they want a playground, or some people in the community are, and I just think that it'd be a lot better to put it into the application, or into this if we could.
So through the chair, there is no requirement in a park residential setting under the planning scheme to require a playground or a local park. This public use land, while it can be used for the public, maybe for some walking tracks, it is designed for drainage purposes. So it's to retain the existing waterway and provide for I guess a drainage element for the application.
Which is very similar to the one being done.
I think we have to be mindful that because it does serve as it is a creek, it's a natural waterway, and it does act as a drainage area, it may become inundated at times, which may not be practical for the location of a playground. And ultimately, because there's no requirement in the planning scheme for us to provide a local park, it is at the applicant's, the developer's discretion to provide one. We could definitely suggest it, yeah, and that's where we would be.
Councillor Watson. Sorry, Councillor Friend, I'll get you to say.
Right.
Councillor Watson.
Yeah, sorry. Hi, Davey. I'm just concerned that when this public land is handed over, we're going to have to mow it and slash it and everything else. And I'm just wondering if you've got any idea what the costs would be, because it's 6 hectares of land. But also, I'm wondering why the developer can't extend their blocks down to the creek edges like they do in town here, where there's drains between them and things like that, to minimise the costs on us and give the advantage to the landholder.
So through the chair, the size of this would be to make sure that we manage all of the contours of that creek, and also that creek, there is still some bushfire hazard in that creek because of the vegetation. So that's probably some of the reasoning why providing a bit of a setback to the creek. There's also additional triggers when you're building within a waterway assessment area, so you would want to avoid building in those areas. In terms of the costs of management, I have spoken with Lisa Childs in regards to how that area would be managed. It would generally, there might be some mowing along the property boundaries, but generally it would be sort of a natural area. It shouldn't require a lot of maintenance. If it's not disturbed, a lot of those natural riparian vegetations should stay there, and we should only really need to provide maybe some grass mowing, adjoining any property boundaries.
I just know that you're only going to look at half the estates that have bush up to the back. People are always whinging that there's rats and there's snakes and everything else coming through. I'm just thinking we need to look at this in a different way, because it's going to come back on the ratepayer to pay for it in the end. And I'm just thinking, is there any other way we can make that easier on us in the future? With this, there are plenty of blocks around where there's people's houses where they've got an area where it goes across a watercourse. They're not allowed to build on it, but they own it. But they can't do anything with it, but they can have a nice grassed areas. And I'm just thinking, you're talking about how there's areas where they can't build on it. No, don't build on it, but at least have it so they maintain it and we don't have to. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, through the chair, that can become problematic as well, because if somebody buys a block of land, they would have a view that they should be able to use that land. So then you would be imposing potentially, if you're not wanting them to use certain areas, then you would have to introduce covenants. You'd have to have a fairly good reason to have a covenant. And we are finding, people are requesting to build into covenant areas, so there's challenges either way that you would go in that respect. Did Erin have something to add?
No, you're right.
Just in terms of waterways, we do look at the hierarchy of waterways in terms of where the bulk of the flows are. So in a smaller or localised drainage setting, we might accept an easement over that land. In this, given it's quite a significant riparian corridor, the determination is it's best served as public use land dedicated to council, consistent with the development approval immediately to the west, the Dunbar development that's been approved for a long time, and it does fall consistently with some of the other, hierarchies of waterways within this park residential area. When we look at conditioning through the detailed design of the operational works permits, we make sure that the various grades of the turfed areas or the open areas are at the appropriate grades to be mowed by Council's Open Spaces team, and then, as Tammy's already mentioned, the existing vegetation within the riparian waterway. So we work very closely with the Open Spaces team, with the development engineering team and the natural resource management team in determining how best to take on various different parts of land.
All I'm getting though is the residents these days have expectations far higher than what we're talking about. And that's what's going to be the problem 10 years down the track. And I'm just wondering how we can bite that before we get to it. And that's why I'm asking these questions.
Through the chair, that might be something that we can liaise with the Capricorn Municipal Development Guidelines, or one of the overarching documents that talk about design of drains and particular waterway corridors in terms of physical construction and management of stormwater flows. We would need to integrate a change through that design guideline into the planning scheme. So that's something we can talk further through scheme amendments, which council's aware
Is there something we can do now though to help with this?
Not for this application, no. This application has met the requirements of the scheme and the current design guidelines.
Okay.
Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Chair. So there's a condition for the developer to upgrade the intersection of Dawson Road, and Dawson Road seems to be fatigued with bitumen edging wearing away, but there's no condition for the developer to widen this road or anything else. Would that be, in the future, be left to council to actually widen this road?
Through the chair, I might get...
Through the chair, a traffic impact assessment was undertaken on that intersection, and it was deemed as part of that assessment that a full intersection reconstruction wasn't required due to the traffic generation numbers. That situation may change as further developments occur down Dawson Road, and I think the recommendation was for an auxiliary short lane from memory, with primarily most of the traffic coming from the Bruce Highway in, and most of the traffic from that development heading back out to the Bruce Highway.
Thank you so much. So basically, in the future, as the traffic does increase through further development within that area, council may have an obligation in the future to actually widen and reseal that road.
Either that, or if as further development occurs to the west, that may increase traffic generation rates, and that may tip those developers over to actually undertake that work themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Swarling?
Yes, I'll just refer on those costs that I think Councillor Watson was talking about. Obviously, there are some concerns about, however, you also can look at the rateable property is going to be there eventually. That cost is going to be absorbed in some of that, particularly around, I think, mowing. I mean, around the edges, I think it's a 10 metre buffer normally with the bushfire zone anyway. that's required. But I think certainly, when you look at those concerns, I think they're going to be well and truly looked at as we progress forward into that northern corridor. And it'll be almost it will never pay for itself totally, but certainly it's going to go a large contribution to ensuring that those things that you've raised are addressed.
Thank you. Can I just ask a question?
Yeah, sure can.
I have two questions / concerns, and they're probably best directed at you, Greg, so glad you're here. I get very nervous when I see new estates with one entry and one egress point, particularly from a disaster management point of view. I notice there's only one access and exit point on Dawson Road. There aren't multiple. I'm just wondering if I can get a comment from you on that in terms of the application. And the second thing is, and this is possibly better directed at the General Manager Infrastructure, my recollection is the unsealed section of Dawson Road is due for sealing in 24-25. And I'm just wondering whether this particular project will bring those works, or affect the timing of those works, I should say. So, Greg, you first, if you don't mind.
Yes, you're quite correct in terms of the one entry and exit point can be problematic. In this instance, if we're talking about fire, the water reticulation in the estate is to an urban standard, so there is a fire hydrant every 80 odd metres in that. There is planned for future connection to the west, I think, yes, down in here. And moving on from that, there is also a trunk road identified from Dawson Road to link into McLaughlin Street, I think it is, to the, if we just go back. So about halfway along Dawson Road, where you can see Dawson Road, somewhere in that vicinity, which will then link down in McLaughlin Street and Rockhampton, which would provide connectivity.
That'll go through Edenbrook that way, is that right?
I think it's just to the east of Edenbrook. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, all right, thank you.
Just a question, if I could, through you, Mr. Chair. Just going back to the concerns raised about council's ability to manage their component of the development, i.e. the watercourse. Is there the ability, or is it prescribed anywhere in there what that would be classified at and what level of intervention council will commit to going forward? Because I think it'd be interesting to know that, so that that's clear as part of the approval, that council will, for example, mow 10 metres wide, as Councillor Swadling's identified, but if that's ambiguous in any way, shape or form, that's where I can see the conflict with the communities there. If they know what council will do, to what extent, if that could be clearly articulated, that would perhaps help alleviate some concerns that I believe some, or certainly I would have, if at all possible.
Through the chair, I believe that would be up to the open spaces as to determine the frequency of the maintenance, what type of maintenance. It's generally not a consideration given when we're assessing developments.
It may not be, but it may be something that could be considered as part of these applications, given that council has a function or a role to play in terms of vegetation management. It's their land, their responsibility. So what does that management look like into the future, so that the neighbourhood there can look at the actions of council and say, yep, they're abiding by their responsibilities, they're keeping the vegetation down 10 metres wide, happy days. Often that is not the experience of people, and that's where the conflict arises, perhaps.
Through the chair, I understand what you're saying. Well, I think I understand in terms of, however, in terms of linking it to this approval, we can't link a maintenance standard of council to an approval for a design now. So we just make sure that the roads are built to the right standard and the water pipes are the right size and the drainage areas are designed to standard, which allows council to maintain them. As to council's maintenance schedule, that may change. It's fixed in time now in accordance with policy, but down the track, council might want to change the timings of those things. So we can't specifically link maintenance timing to an approval, but we can make sure the designs meet the current standards. And we are working in a system where we do have estates that are much older, 20 or 30 years older, that were built to a different standard, might be now to our timings a lot different maintenance regimes. So we are sort of fixed in a point in time and complying with the point in time. But I take your point.
I guess there'd be some comfort that councillors could take that there's a consistent standard that will be carried out in this easement or whatever it's called, the watercourse, similar to what we see at Angela Road there, or Olive Park, Olive Estate, and that is, I mean, it'd be helpful to, even if the report's out, and that is, Council knows some clarity around what that is. That's where the...
Yeah, that's really not part of
the
assessment benchmark that we are able to consider. We just have to make sure that the design or the location meets the design guidelines or the planning scheme requirements. I understand what you're saying, and it is something that we're in regular discussions with our open spaces team, and in fact on some other projects we're working on with them, we're looking at some maybe alternative designs to some drainage for very particular applications in particular waterways. So I understand what you're saying. In this circumstance, we're bound by the fact that this development has met the benchmarks, and we're required to approve it in the standard that they've applied for.
Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair, did you want a response to the Dawson Road construction?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair,
That's okay.
In the Forward Works program at this stage, we have Dawson Road in 25-26 for that missing section of gravel road. It's $430,000. I wouldn't expect that it would need to be brought forward because of this application.
Okay, I'm just thinking that once that link is finalised, there'll be more traffic coming through the back of Rockhampton to access that estate. Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Any other questions, councillors? All right, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved, Councillor Swadling. Seconded, Councillor Bello. Councillor Swadling, did you want to speak to the report?
Just that having looked at the report and looked at the parameters of the development, I mean, I feel it's going to be an absolute positive thing for us to move forward with, particularly in that northern corridor. I'm certainly positive and move for the motion.
Right, thank you. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else like to speak for? Happy to go to the vote, councillors? All right, so we've got a mover, Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried. Thank you unanimously. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you to everyone involved. (11.5), Councillor Eastwood, you're
Yes, Mr.
leading us on this one.
I will declare a conflict of interest on this one and will leave the table, Mr. Mayor.
Despite the vote earlier in the meeting, Councillor Eastwood is elected to leave the room, councillors. And can we find Councillor Mather, please? Thanks. Thank you, Mr. CEO. So 11.5, councillors, is a request for a negotiated decision, development permit for a secondary dwelling at 153 Woodvale Park Road, Adelaide Park. Welcome to the table, Tracy. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this morning I'm going to talk to you about a development application for a secondary dwelling. So the site is located at 153 Woodvale Park Road, and it's a rural site located on the northern side of the road. And the secondary dwelling that is proposed is located in this vicinity close to the road frontage with an existing house and shed further to the rear and further back from the site. The secondary dwelling is approximately 90 square metres in size. It contains just a kitchen living area, one bedroom, bathroom and an upstairs loft area just here with voids on either side. So council actually approved the secondary dwelling in December last year. We issued a decision notice and an infrastructure charges notice, which was issued in accordance with council's adopted infrastructure charges policy. The applicant The applicant subsequently made representations against some of the conditions and the infrastructure charges notice. So the applicant made representations to conditions 4.5 and 4.6 regarding water supply. Council had imposed a condition for 50,000 litres of domestic water supply to be provided and 25,000 litres for bushfire purposes. And the infrastructure charge notice was issued for $4,720. So the applicant's reasons were that they felt there was minimal household usage of water going to be used with the small secondary dwelling, and that the vegetation was not close by the building. And they felt that they shouldn't be charged for the infrastructure charges because we don't charge secondary dwellings that are less than 80 square metres in size, and theirs was 90. So the recommendation today is that council agree to reduce the domestic water supply requirement from 50,000 to 25,000 litres, as in consideration with the applicant. There's 40,000 litres of water already provided with the main dwelling house, and 25,000 was seen sufficient for the secondary dwelling. Condition 4.6, we feel that the 25,000 litres water for bushfire purposes remain because there is a potential bushfire risk with the vegetation on the site, and that council do not waiver the infrastructure charges notice, as the charges have been levied in accordance with council's adopted policy. So that's the recommendation today.
Thank you, Tracy. Councillor Friend, question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a question. So, as you've just said, the developer has requested the infrastructure charges to be waived, and according to your recommendation, A.3, the infrastructure charges notices remain unchanged, meaning the fees are to remain. Is this correct? Yep.
Through you, Mr Chair, yes, that the infrastructure charges notice remain unchanged. So,
Thank you. So on page 187, 188 of the report, it tells us that the secondary dwelling is 90 square metres in size, and we charge only for secondary dwellings over 80 square metres. So being 10 metres squared larger, I'm suggesting a procedural motion to amend the officer's recommendation, Mr Mayor, A.3 to state the infrastructure charges notice to be waived.
All right, we'll take that as a foreshadowed motion, councillor.
Yeah. I'm looking at the floor plan and it says 77.7 metres. I don't understand where the 90 comes from. That's where I'm confused.
That'll be the loft area, I'm assuming.
yeah, so I've recalculated based on the measurements for the area, and
Right, so Councillor Friend will deal with this motion first, and if it fails, we'll use yours as a foreshadowed motion.
Just a question, Mr Chair. I'm just curious on, in terms of the 80 square metre quantum, how old is that formula, and what informs that and makes it right, I guess?
Through the chair, Councillor Bailey, the integration of the secondary dwelling fee came into place from memory 2 charges resolutions ago. So we presented as, in combination with council seeing a significant increase in the amount of secondary dwellings, which are basically granny flats. There was a determination made that these land uses are putting additional impact on council's networks, including transport and parks and water and sewer networks. And the portion of the fee is and I forget the percentage exactly, but it's a percentage of a standard dwelling house. So quite a significantly low percentage compared to a standard dwelling house, which is about $30,000 This one is only connected to parks and transport networks. There's no reticulated networks there, so it's a significantly lower portion again, being about $5,000. So we're a couple of years into the regime of charging for secondary dwellings. We haven't brought, to my knowledge and memory, any to the council table to change the fee or waive it. This would be the first one. Previously, we've been able to negotiate with customers and they've either just paid the fee, the charges fee, or they've reduced, for example, in this scenario, the mezzanine is what's tripping this one over the additional GFA. This applicant has chosen, despite advice from council, not to remove that mezzanine. They've kept that in there because that's the way they want their secondary dwelling to function. So they are over the 80 square metres, and the 80 square metres is a proportion of a standard dwelling house that council accepts as subordinate to a main dwelling house. So that's where the 80 square metres comes from.
So the capacity of this particular design, hypothetically, if it, without the mezzanine, it is deemed to not trigger any infrastructure charges. So it's the mezzanine component which is, which would be under definition sort of increased living area. Is that, so the likelihood of more people living there, I guess it's an unknown quantity.
That's right.
Yep. And the 80 square metres though is based on a formula proportional to what an average size home that would be built there.
That's correct.
Which could be 300 square metres or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, so the strategic planning team did work out a formula based on an analysis of a significant number of dwelling houses approved in the Shire, and ultimately chose 80 square metres as a subordinate, so lesser and in association with a main dwelling house, and then anything over that is determined to be a more significant use. So council could charge for 80 square metre or lesser secondary dwellings, but when we took the report in terms of the charges resolution to the table, the advice from officers is that we do encourage this type of development. We are encouraging granny flats and secondary dwellings, but there is a tipping point where they do still create impacts on our network. So we rightly so have the ability to charge for that, and through the charges resolution we're levying that charge.
Final question, but there's deemed to be not sufficient impact if it's under 80 square metres.
That was a determination where we picked the in terms of the subordinate to terminology. So their 80 square metres may be right or wrong, but there is I guess there's a line in the sand in terms of that analysis that was linked to the main dwelling house size. Yeah.
So, I guess I'm just trying to understand why there's, say, no charge, and it's probably an incentive-based idea. So we recognise that there is going to be impact, whether it be whatever even a tiny home we talked about yesterday, they could be 20 square metres.
Yes.
We're allowing 80 square metres, which clearly people are going to inhabit that. There will be an impact, but we are prepared to absorb that. But 80 is a tipping point, and that's where we now contest over the size of that being appropriate, I guess.
Yeah.
Recognising that there will be impact even under 80.
Correct.
Is it a fair number to land on, I guess, ultimately? Thank you.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, Mr Mayor, my question I suppose is to you as Mr Chairman. I've moved a procedural motion, but you're looking at it as a foreshadowed motion.
Well, I wasn't aware you'd moved it as a procedural motion, councillor, so if you want, we'll have to deal with it if it's a procedural motion. Then.
Yeah, I did say procedural motion.
I beg your pardon, I didn't hear that bit.
Sure.
Right.
So
your procedural motion for the table is?
My procedural motion is to amend the recommendation A.3 to state the infrastructure charges notice to be waived. It is.
Councillor, it's not a procedural motion.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an amendment to the motion, but we'll foreshadow that. No. We haven't got a mover in a second yet, no. All right, well, let's try and tidy this up. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please, for this particular motion that the officers are presenting? You've already got it, have you?
I've got Councillor Friend's changed one, or do you want?
No, I want for the substantive motion that the officers are putting, I want a mover and a seconder, please. All right, I'll move it.
Well, I'll second it.
Okay, seconded Councillor Mather. All right. So are we still going with questions, councillors?
Are we talking to this current motion?
We are talking to this motion. I will reserve my right to wind up at the end, but anyone speaking against?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Chair.
Friend.
I speak against this particular resolution that we're currently looking at. I understand that there is a mezzanine floor, which does give that extra space within that 77 square metre secondary dwelling. And that perhaps would entice extra persons to live within that secondary dwelling. However, it also just could be for extra space within that 77 metre square dwelling. And I really do think that looking at the floor plan of the 77 square metres, it does come under that 80, and the mezzanine floor does put it over to the 90 square metres. And so as that is, I believe that I will be voting against it today.
All right, thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone voting in support of the motion? I'll speak to it.
Mr Mayor, I'm concerned that we've already had a resolution that we are virtually approving what is being recommended today. Now, if we're going to change what we've already resolved, we need to go back and look at it again to see if our reasoning was fair. If the applicant knew that the mezzanine would put them over the 90 and that would create infrastructure charges, they were aware of that. That's if I'm right. That's my interpretation. My concern is that we're looking down the barrel of potential subdivisions down the track that are not probably in line with our intentions of the planning scheme. Because every time we agree to a secondary dwelling, we've got the opportunity for somebody, and that's their right, to come back and say, look, we really need to cut that off now. Grandma's not grandma anymore. And we've got subdivisions all over the place, different shapes, sizes for different reasons. That's what concerns me. I've seen it before. Family subdivisions were a typical example. They scrapped that because it was making a money thing. I'm going with the officers on this occasion for the reasons that they've given, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. That's a 4. Anyone speaking against?
Mr Chair, I will speak against this on the grounds that I believe that we've got unprecedented housing crisis right across the country. We've settled on a number of 80. That was deemed to be the appropriate quantum that we would not charge any infrastructure charges for. Upon assessing this, and I guess given the where the 80 gets tripped, it's for the mezzanine floor, which I think Councillor Friend points out is basically to make it more livable. I'm okay with moving my goalpost to 90. That's really what I base it on. 80 is just a number that has been formulated to the best of everybody's ability. It actually isn't as if it's the right number. There really is no right number. It could have been 79, it could have been 81. I think there's logic in supporting this on the grounds that it is a small dwelling. That's the impact that's going to be generated from it will be of a very small amount, but importantly, we're sending a message to our community that we are a common sense council that shows flexibility where I believe flexibility can be accommodated without significant impact or adverse or unintended consequences. If the quantum had been 90 and we were asked to go to 92, I'm sure that there's a tipping point somewhere there, but I'm okay with 90. So on those grounds, I support the officers' intent, for they have to provide us with their formulas, their calculations, their advice, but ultimately it's advice. And I appreciate the advice. I'm okay with 90. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for?
Yeah, I think we, through the chair, we obviously have to look at it. We've made a decision before my time, obviously, on what we've come up with. And I think we can't keep changing things. And I understand that there's a crisis out there. I understand that we have to look at this in a way that's going to be fair and equitable, but also what I fear is we start setting precedents out there that we're just deciding to change things because it suits or whatever the reasons may be. I just feel that we've come to a decision where a percentage has been given, a fair percentage, and I think we need to stick with that.
Thank you, Councillor Swadling. All right, we're happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors. We've got a mover and myself. I don't feel the need to wrap up. I think people understand my argument. Mover myself, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? It's carried. Thank you to the officers. Of course you can.
Thank you.
Just for your information, Councillor Eastwood, 11-5, a majority vote was to uphold the recommendation.
What? I had your promising.
All right, councillors, we're up to 11-6, which is a road closure application for parcel of land adjacent to 137 Kelleher's Road at Millman. Mr General Manager, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, councillors, under the Land Act, a property owner may apply to have an area of road permanently closed and incorporate into their adjoining freehold land. Council is custodian of the roads, however, they are owned by the state. So landowners are required to submit their completed application forms, Part A and B, to council for consideration, and the property owner has done that in April this year, and we've received a request to permanently close an area which is about 14.7 hectares. It's not currently utilised or maintained, and it's becoming overrun with weeds. This is in the opinion of the applicant, and the proposed use is grazing. So officers have assessed the application, and it is officers' view that this application should be rejected for the reasons that it would limit connectivity in the surrounding road reserves and reduce the frontage to the waterway. It would impede the installation of a fire trail between Alligator Creek Road and Hinchcliffs Road, and the Rural Fire Brigade have advised the area in question is strategic corridor for fire management and potential fire mitigation. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr General Manager. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr General Manager. My only question in relation to this is, in this report, different sections, as usually, comments on whether they're for or against the proposal. Why wasn't Natural Resource Management asked in this report? I didn't see their section at all. I saw Manager of Construction and Maintenance, Coordinator of Infrastructure Planning, a Principal Community Development, Technical Officer, etc., but no Natural Resource Management.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. I'm not sure why they were not asked for comment. They usually are, so I don't know whether that was an oversight or whether there was no comment, so I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillor
Mr
Mayor?
Mayor, would it be possible for Justine to get a map on the board, please? She's so good at that. So that everybody can see what we're saying. I don't think there's any controversy in this one, but,
Map is up, councillor Mayor.
oh yeah, that's not the sort of one I was looking for.
Did you want an aerial photo?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So on the satellite.
Because you've got
Satellite image.
lines and squiggles everywhere there, but.
Mr Deputy, it might be your turn to take the chair. I'm going to excuse myself momentarily as well.
Yeah, sorry, check out the map, no problem. Okay.
Mr Acting Chair, I'm happy to move.
You're happy to move? Okay, we've got a mover there whilst Justine is looking. Are we looking for a map or not necessarily? Yes. Yep, we are. Okay, we've got a mover there. We've got a seconder. Councillor Watson will be seconding.
Hang on, is that the closer?
Say that again?
No.
Sorry.
You're seconding the next one?
No, second.
This one?
I was thought for a second.
Okay.
You're a bit
Very good.
presumptuous, aren't you, Mr Mayor?
Any questions, councillors,
Well, we're just waiting.
to the officers while we're waiting? Is there any questions? I have a question if nobody else does.
Go for it.
I'll think of something in a minute. No, the question is, the applicant suggested that part of the cause for this is that they feel there is perhaps a lack of management in that space on behalf of the landholder being council, I guess, in terms of weed infestation, which leads into fire risk. Are we doing what we need to do in that space to alleviate that, or is there not much that we need to do in terms of bushfire management there on that parcel of land, given that whoever owns the fuel owns the risk? Would that be fair, Councillor Swadden? Given your...
Yeah, through the chair. Obviously, when you're looking at impacting on bushfire, we need to also look at the fighting that bushfire and obviously minimising any reduction on that fire getting out of control onto other properties. Just looking at that there, having a fire trail there is obviously a key point here we need. Effectively, it's a grazing property. If a fire was to come through there, it would damage his production and cause some reversible issues for him. So certainly I would be looking at maintaining at least a fire trail in that area, and certainly in that respect, because it just gives us another option to fight that fire and to cut that fire off from doing any more harm in our vegetation area.
Just remember, Callahurst Road comes off Millman Road North. It goes right up Bondville, sorry, not Bondville, Doonside. There's Callahurst Road. That stops there. There is no connection through there. And this is what they're saying. Because down here is Alligator Creek Road. And I'm not too sure, does it show on the map? The Alligator Creek obviously runs into the Fitzroy. There's Alligator Creek Road. And what they're trying to do is to join Alligator Creek Road up to Hinchcliffe's Road in time, if they needed to, as a fire trail. But at the moment, Callahurst Road stops there. It's a turn around there and you have to go back. There is nothing through there but perhaps a fire trail. And that's what they want to keep open so they can come through here rather than have to go all the way around to do any fire mitigation.
Just through the check, I just add on to that. In particular, when you look at the conditions currently we're seeing out there with the fuel loads, I mean, and what our resilience teams and our bushfire teams are looking at is certainly going to assist in helping protecting all those properties if we get that fire trail in there. So I think, that's pretty much speaks for itself.
I totally agree with that. The other thing, Mr Mayor, that I've noticed in the report, there's nothing wrong with the report, but it doesn't give the option for the adjacent landowner to make an application to DNR to actually occupy that road reserve. I know it comes at a fee, but they're saying that there's weeds that get away. And let's face it, I was told once by an engineer somewhere down the track that we've got hundreds of unmade roads, i.e. road reserves in our Shire. we dare not go and open them all up because we'd never be able to maintain them. So this is probably one of those ones that we could probably deal with if the landowner wants to take care of it. But that's between, if we could offer that in the recommendation, that they be suggested that they go to DNR to occupy that land. And that way they could graze on it, but they would need to maintain it. And grazing would maintain it.
Yeah, no, thanks for the comment, Councillor Mather. And generally speaking, I don't disagree with you. I think it's probably a good outcome. But generally speaking, our officers don't go to the extent of making those suggestions because sometimes it's inappropriate or inappropriate, I suppose is the right word. But certainly, in this case, that conversation could certainly be had.
I think because I just didn't want them to say, look, no, sorry, you can't do it because boom, 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 all those things which are legitimate. And they would probably know that, or at least suspect that. But if we were to let them know that we know that they have an option, make a suggestion. I don't know how we can do it, but I'm sure we can do it discreetly, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. All right. Councillor Friend, question? All right. Do we have a mover and a second?
I guess just when you weren't here, Mr Chair, I did raise a question about council's ability to manage that road reserve in terms of the threats that has been identified, weeds, fire risk. I guess I'm seeking from the director there some confidence that we are performing our function there as a responsible neighbour, and how's that been mitigated, I guess? Is enough being done there? Or the appropriate amount being done for that matter?
Thank you, councillor, for the question. I'd have to take it on notice. There's a biosecurity risk there that we need to manage, but there's also the fire risk. So we have two officers that work under our current strategies and with the communities to ensure that we do all we can. There's also a degree of all we can may not be seen to be enough. So, and there's other risks in our network. So I'd take it on notice just to allow the officers to provide a more fulsome response to this particular issue compared to all the other issues.
Yeah, well, thank you for the response. I guess given the enormity of trying to manage these parcels of land, it certainly would not be a small task, and for two staff to be responsible for that is a big job. So that's why I guess I was curious, given that the landholder had raised that as a concern. It's difficult for us to actually fully comprehend the concern unless you've been out there perhaps to actually see it. So it's difficult to make a decision without full confidence that we're addressing our responsibility there. I'm not suggesting we're not, but in the past these applications have been some concern of mine when fire risk has been raised.
Well, Councillor Bello, would you be interested in a procedural motion to lay this on the table until we go and have a look at it?
Yeah, I'd be comfortable with that, Mr Chair, absolutely. Okay. Given that we've had a number of these over the time, and it always seems to be a consistent concern, is the fire risk that has been identified, and that's their purpose primarily, to be able to integrate that into their property, and whether it's a permit to occupy, anything that reduces the fuel loads, whoever's got the ability to do that would be perhaps the best outcome in the end. So I'd be happy to.
All right, so we'll note a procedural motion that this lay on the table, pending an inspection by councillors.
Yeah, I know we're heading. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Mr Mayor, I was just going to, I'm happy with that procedural motion, but can we please also include natural resource management to have a look, because it does state when you're out of the room. I asked why natural resource management was not included in the departments that were, asked about this particular road closure. And it does clearly state here that Kelleher's Road has environmental and community value, so it would be also valuable for us to understand.
So do you particularly want that wording in there, councillor? Because I'm sure, as a matter of process through the CEO's office, NRM will be consulted.
If it's a matter of process, thank you.
All right. Yeah. Pending inspection of the property.
Mr Mayor, I wonder, I think we just need to ask ourselves, if we're going to lay it on the table, that's fine. why are we doing it? What are we going to hope to find?
Well, I guess
What are we aiming for? That's what I'm saying.
one of the criticisms we sometimes get, councillor, is that we make decisions without actually going on ground and having a look for ourselves. And I think the deputy's suggestion is a good one, because there are a number of issues. There's land management issues here, there are fire issues here. So I personally would be comfortable, or more comfortable, making a decision about this, having gone out and inspected the site.
I don't have a problem with that. I know exactly where the potholes are on that road, and there aren't any at the moment. You might be pleased to know that. We'd need to invite the Rural Fire Brigade at the same time, Mr Mayor.
Well, we probably have in the form of councillor
Jardine is...
Swadling,
Sir, Jardine.
a fire expert anyway.
Yeah, but Jardine was the one who made the comments.
Okay, well, happy to invite them.
That's the only reason why I...
Yep.
Yeah. It's just as courtesy, that's all.
All right. All right, so we've got a procedural motion from councillor Bello this way on the table. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr General Manager. (11.7) is the Sister Cities policy for review, councillors, and the recommendation is that we adopt the revised Sister Cities policy version 2 and repeal the former Sister Cities policy version 1.1. Sonia, welcome to the table.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors and CEO. Councillors were briefed on the Sister City policy on the 2nd of May at the briefing session. This is really just administrative changes. The policy hadn't been reviewed for the last 5 years. We've updated it with the new CEO details, and it really is just, yes, no changes per se, except for minor ones.
All right, thank you. Questions? Councillor Swadley, your hand was up. You prepared to move? All right. Councillor Eastwood seconding. Okay. Unless the good deputy, being the portfolio holder, wants to move. Okay.
Minor changes, Mr Mayor.
Okay, so questions, councillors. Councillor Mather.
Just the minor changes?
Minor changes?
Yes.
Just administrative changes, yeah. All right, you happy to go to the vote, councillors? Moved councillor Swadling, seconded councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Sonia. 11.8 is the Infrastructure Portfolio Quarterly Management Report. Welcome back to the table, Mr General Manager. In and out like a yo-yo.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm pleased to present this Q3 report on behalf of the infrastructure portfolio today. And it's amazing how quickly the year's moving. So I won't go through it line by line, but I'll just identify some highlights here. So within construction and maintenance, 63 projects were identified for this financial year, and 33 of those have been completed, which is pleasing. There's also, within the program, it's expected that majority of all of the projects will be completed in construction and maintenance for the capital program. There'll be a couple of carryovers which we expect from one year to the next. As an example, Queen Street outside St Ursula's is going to carry over from this year into next year and be completed in about September. So they're the type of projects we have identified through our budgeting process for cash flow reasons. There's also some of the rural and urban projects are lagging a little bit. As I mentioned, the orders have been raised for pavement rehabilitation and urban reseal programs, in which contractors have been engaged, so they'll be completed during the fourth quarter. We've got a number of customer requests and conquest work orders in the maintenance area, in construction and maintenance, on page 234. So you can see there that there was a slight increase through the last quarter, January to March, on the number of orders issued to maintenance staff. So that's reflective of the time of the year with the rain that we've had through January particularly. We had quite a wet month. So that's a seasonal trend that once we get through the wet season now, we've had some rain in the last week, which might set us off again, but we should be heading into dry season. So that should help us to stabilise and our maintenance programming and routine maintenance. There's a number of work orders which are outstanding in the construction and maintenance area, and those are to do with recurring inspections, roadside slashing, gross pollutant trap clean-outs and the like. So the numbers outstanding are sitting at about 300, which sounds a lot, but most of those are for routine inspections that we do on an annual basis to then look for maintenance activities that we need to program into the short term. Within our quality management system, we've completed all of our audits for this financial year. So as the council knows, we are a third party accredited for quality management. Our internal audit processes have identified 24 improvement areas throughout the year. There's 4 major non-conformances which we've worked on, 6 minor and some 14 opportunities for improvement. So this is on page 235. We have some KPIs which our staff need to meet to ensure they close out those audit actions, and I'm pleased to say that they've all been done so on time. So that's pleasing that staff are participating in the audits, but also following up the actions to ensure that we improve our systems. At the moment, we're also working through a traffic management registration scheme application with the Department of Transport and Main Roads. So that's a traffic management scheme that allows us to do works on declared main roads for a 2-year period. So we do that review, and it allows us to set up our traffic management and undertake the works on the declared main roads on behalf of the state government. So it's an important function that we do. Within the engineering services team, in the report it identifies that we do have some staff shortages and vacancies which we're currently out to recruit. We've got, it's obviously a busy time across Australia with disaster recovery and construction that's underway for our growing populations. We're not immune to those demands and the cycles. So we're taking steps to try and improve our own internal resources by engaging graduates, and then through their career progression building their skills to become qualified planning engineers, and then helping them to become certified and credited with the Board of Engineers Queensland, so they become our senior engineers. So we've got that internal process underway, but we also need to go to the market to try and fill some of the more senior roles which we have in train at the moment. The local government infrastructure plan is on track. Council had a briefing session on that back in April, I believe. So that's progressing well and will be completed on time. And secondary part of that local government infrastructure plan is to undertake a detailed corridor assessment for a potential new trunk road between Tamby Road and Rockhampton-Yeppoon Road. So that's underway at the moment, and we'll be working with the state government to identify the best alignment and intersection configuration for that future intersection and trunk road, and we'll be talking to council as we finalise that. So within the design team, the team has completed all of the designs for current financial year and are busy working on next year's designs, and it's anticipated that the designs will be completed by June 30, which sets up the construction crews for a good year in that they can order materials and plan their work, and they're not waiting for designs and specifications and so on. So that's always our focus in design, to try and get a year ahead. In water and waste, the team has been busy negotiating the preliminary negotiations for an updated bulk water supply agreement with Rockhampton Regional Council, and that also is in, it ties in with our negotiations with Sunwater on the Rookwood Weir allocations, so that'll be an ongoing discussion over the next little while, and it will have an effect on our budget in next financial year, which Council has been briefed on. In the waste area, officers have been busy reviewing tenders for the new material recovery facility. So that's in partnership with 5 other Central Queensland councils, and that's been taking quite a lot of time to work through the market tenders and identify the opportunities for each of the councils. That'll be coming back to the table, I'd say, in the next 4 to 6 weeks for a resolution, so that we can award that contract. We've also been working on a regional waste strategy with CQ Rock, so that's coming to an end now. That should be ready for adoption in the next month or so. And we've been working towards our next landfill cell. We're hoping to have the design completed this year for construction over the next few years. I've also made a comment there around the number of waste vouchers redeemed. Year to date, there's been about 24,500 electronic waste vouchers redeemed by residents, which is down from the previous paper version of the waste vouchers, which was 40,000. So there is a reduction there, which is, we believe that it's probably due to the fact that now we've got some better metrics and controls around who uses vouchers when. It'll give us some better data going forward on understanding our residents' needs and our own budget implications on the waste vouchers. Within assets and GIS, there's been a completion of the revaluation for our water and sewer asset classes, and there's been some quite hefty movements in our valuations and our depreciation of sort of 16 to 20%. So that's it's fantastic that we've completed that work on our major assets, but it's also has a flow-on effect to our operating budgets and our capital renewal program into the future. And we've also completed a revaluation of our building asset classes, and we've updated our unit rates in roads and stormwater in the last quarter, and also our road register has been completed for 2023. Within the fleet and facilities unit, we've completed the facade of the multi-storey car park, which has been an ongoing issue for some time for the council. It's been a fantastic project that we've delivered there, and the artwork, you can see in the report, the artwork's back up, and it looks just finishes off the project nicely. So the team's done really well to deliver that, and that will be a good facade for many years to come. And we've also updated our CCTV hardware and software, which is something that our community probably doesn't see or know much about, but it's an important part of our community safety initiatives around the town. And I've included some photos there of the Emu Park West Reservoir roof construction, and you can see that should be coming online in the next sort of 4 or 6 weeks after we chlorinate and fill the reservoir. But that's been a major project for our team, and it's been run very smoothly, and looking forward to having that online and in our network. So I'm happy to take any questions, councillors, on that Q3 infrastructure report. Thank you.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a quick statement and then a number of questions. So well done on all the customer service requests closed out, and the percentage which went far above the KPIs requested. So 100% of water sewer Requests were closed, 98.56% of waste and 95.26% of water. So that's an incredible standard. So my questions begin. Page 238. At this time, I can see that Kelly's Dam and Waterpark Creek have ample supply of water. What percentage does council commence restrictions when Kelly's Dam, is there a percentage that it falls under incapacity before council will commence restrictions? I should just quickly say that I'm asking this as we're coming into, what is it, El Nino, and so.
Thank you, councillor friend. So the Kelly's off-stream storage is our, it's got a capacity of about 3 months. So we try and keep that topped up as best we can. The control for any water restriction trigger would be the Waterpark Creek water flow parameters. I'll take it on notice because I don't know exactly what the minimum draw is before we have to look at restrictions. My understanding is we've not been on restrictions ever before, but we will have documents there and permit conditions, though I'll find those and circulate them for the councillor.
Certainly. I believe in 2004, 2005, Livingstone were on restrictions, but there hasn't been for many, many years. My other concern, talking about restrictions, which I haven't written down, is that we do actually have an agreement with Rockhampton Regional Council for a certain amount of water along the main pipeline, along the Yeppoon Road. If they were to commence restrictions, would then we be obligated to follow?
I'll take that on notice again. It'll be part of the agreement that we have, but simple terms, I would say yes, because if we're a recipient of their water and they're on restrictions, then I'd say that we would need to partner with them in their times of need.
Certainly. Thank you. Page 240, looking at January to March, I noted the green waste tonnage has certainly increased, and so did receiving of the vouchers. Would you say that these figures are related, that we're receiving more vouchers for green waste?
I'd say so. I was looking at those figures the other day again, and at January to March, it looks like there's people are getting out in their gardens over the Christmas break, and then also through the growing season. So that's a reason why we'd have more green waste, and then people who have eligible for vouchers are able to redeem those for a load of green waste. So
sure.
Yeah, it go hand in hand.
Okay, I also noted page 240, it's noted that there are 263 tonnes of other resources. What is this other?
I'll have to take that on notice. I'm racking my brains, but I can't think what that would be. So I'll take that on notice, but I'll make sure that we have that other defined in next month and next quarter's report as well.
Thank you, because that was 263 tonnes. I also note on that same page that the tonnes of general waste has increased, and just wondered, is this because council are slowly expanding the waste collection declarable area?
It may be, but I think it probably comes back to the comment I made previously around green waste, where January, February, March, people, New Year, maybe doing a bit of a clean-up or something around their property.
And my last question is, two questions. When will council commence the survey of Kawarrell as a possible declarable area?
I'll have to take that on notice. Okay. I know it's on our list of things
to do.
Putting
you on the spot, sorry, Mr. General Manager.
That's okay. That's fine. I'm not sure of the exact time frame on that, but I know it's on our list of things to do.
Lovely. Last one, page 244. There's a lovely photo of the Capricorn Gardens Refreshment Pavilion. It is an open pavilion. Are we looking at a photo of the completed pavilion? Is it going to remain open, or is it just in progress?
Thanks for the question. My understanding is that's the completed pavilion, but I do know that between our project managers and our open spaces teams, there's been some conversations around some additional plantings around the building, and I think some pathways access pathways that are going to be installed at a later stage.
Thank you, Mr General Manager. I look forward to those questions on notice. Thank you.
Councillor Mather, questions?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Michael, on page 233, we have annualised absenteeism rate. The only two that I'm going to point out at the moment, construction and maintenance, we've gone from the average or the target is 4.5. Now we've gone from the first quarter 7.7 down to 6.1, which is good, but maybe. But we go down to engineering services. We've gone up. We've gone from 7.9 to over 10. That's doubled. Do you know of any, you might need to take this on notice, do you know of any significant event that could have caused doubling of that target?
Thanks, Councillor Mather. Yes, in general terms, we are trending downwards, and which is pleasing. This metric, our KPI, is for paid and unpaid sick leave, as well as carers leave and compassionate leave. So when I look at this data, and I've looked at line by line over the last 3 quarters, some of the teams which are smaller, for example, engineering services, if there's members of there's general colds and flus, obviously, and COVID, but there are some members of our teams which are on long-term sick leave due to cancer treatments and other things, and that and we're not denying them that they need to take that time off and recover for their own health, but that then translates into a high figure when there's a small team. If we take out some of those extremes, I call them, our figures in general terms are quite reasonable.
So let's hope that those people who are undergoing any sort of treatment recover. And so I take that on board, what you're saying there. There's one here in the same page. The rural capital expenditure for the first 3 quarters is below pro rata adopted budget. Crews have been undertaking significant works for other units. And as a result, we've had to bring in contractors. So what percentage of the overall works that can't be done have gone to the contractors? People get a little bit uncomfortable when they see the contractors come in because they feel that their jobs are under threat. So I can understand that. It's probably not the case, but I'm just asking because have undertaken significant works for other units. So we're redeploying our staff from one unit to another unit and bringing in someone to fill that gap. We do that, and I don't have a problem with that, but I'm just wondering about the percentage of that, apportionment of that.
Thanks, Councillor. I couldn't give the exact percentage of the breakup, but that statement there is the significant works for other units is Tamby Road retaining wall and footpath works that we've been doing for the department.
Forever.
That's finished now. So we're pleased that we were able to bid on that work on behalf of Main Roads, and we were partnered with them, and we completed the project as per their requirements.
Michael, did we have a price on that? Did we ever get a price on that? It's not confidential, is it?
I think it might be that 2 point.
It's on the side of the road. Yeah.
I think so. Further down in the table, it's got 2.43 million.
Okay.
So I believe that's for works other units. That's the Tamby Road project. So that has taken us away, and we went into that project with our eyes open. It's taken us away from some of the other work we may have been able to get to. But in saying that, the rehabilitation program, we often go out to contractors, and it's just a toggle, I guess you call it. Our first preference is to utilise our internal crews and our plant and equipment fully, and we do that. And if there's any work over the top that we can't program, then we do have to go out to contractors, and rehabilitation is one of those that it lends itself to contractors. They bring in the road profiling, heavy machinery, and they can get the work done in accordance with our specifications in a good, timely manner.
Thank you. On 234, while the number of outstanding work orders appear high, obviously I'm probably responsible for some of those, it should be noted that these outstanding work orders for construction and maintenance are for routine road inspections. I don't know what that means, because usually when I send things through, they get a picture to go with it or a description. So I would imagine there'd be no need to go and double up, that's all. A recently engaged third technical officer is now undertaking routine road inspections. What would that entail, Michael? I mean, is he going to do something? Is he helping somebody else do their job, or do we know?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mather. So one of our duties as a road authority is to inspect the road at least once every 12 months for high-risk hazards and defects, and that will help inform our maintenance management scheduling. It'll also feed into our asset management plan. If there's a lot of defects in a particular area, it might mean that the pavement needs to be rehabilitated under capital. And it also provides evidence towards our civil liabilities responsibilities to ensure that we know what hazards are out there and we're mitigating those for the community and for our insurer. So those routine inspections are across all of our asset classes: footpaths, roads, curb and channel, drainage, and it's ongoing. It never stops, and we either do it as a systematic approach, and then every so often, obviously, we need to go in after a rain event and do a follow-up and a reactive review.
Yes, yes. Thank you for that. Is that person capable of looking at defects and recognising whether there's a major job or a small job?
Yes, yes, that's exactly what they do.
Experience, isn't it? Yeah, okay. All right. Probably two on the last page. A real plus here, Mr. Mayor. We've got $500,000 coming to us from the state for the Yeppoon State High School car park. And that's a one that's that's a little bonus that we don't see terribly often. And at the top of that page, which is 236, I notice it's a saddening. We've got 6 staff down. How does it go here? Depends. I think there's a page missing. Anyway, 3 vacant engineers position and another one will become vacant in May. Recruitment is critical for the success of the business unit, although recruiting for experienced engineers continues to prove difficult. The business unit also continued to provide increased levels of assistance to the development engineering team. They also struggle with recruitment for 2 vacant development engineer positions. So I counted them up, we're 6 short, Mr. Mayor. So this is putting a heavy load on those people who are there. And I think when we ask for things to happen, we need to be mindful of how big the request is, how long it will take, and which department will find that weight on their shoulders. So I think we need to be reminded, because I'm guilty of it as well. I think we all just need to be reminded until such time as we get a full constabulary of the staff, and it will take time. There's going to be a tremendous lot of weight on the staff that are there now.
Don't disagree, Councillor. It's a good point.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm finished. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Michael.
Councillor Watson.
Through the Chair, Mr. Creedman, I'm looking at page 240 with recycled materials collected, and I can't get the figures to add up. It doesn't make sense. We've got 63,000 bin lifts with an average lift of 6.6 kilos. And then you go down to the January-March, and it's 66,665 with 432, which is only 17 tonne more, and somehow it averages out at 19 kilos per bin. Do those figures add up? I've tried all sorts of calculations and I can't get them to work. Is that right or not?
I'll have to take it on notice, councillor. There might be, this is only a snapshot, so there's a spreadsheet behind it, might have some other detail. So I'm happy to bring that back through an email.
That'd be great. I just sat down and tried to work it out and I couldn't, for the life of me, work it out. It's tripled in weight, but it's only gone up 17 tonne. Thank you.
That's Councillor Watson's concluded questions. Yep. Any further questions, councillors?
No, I'll move, Mr.
If not, we've got a mover in
Mr.
Councillor
Chair.
Friend, seconder in Councillor Swadling. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the debate?
Thank you. I think all of the questions that we've asked have really given us an overall view of this particular report. I think it's quite an industrious report and one that has been really helpful for all of us. Keep them coming. They're terrific, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Work harder. Work harder.
Thank you. Anyone want to speak against the motion? If not, the only thing I'd like to say, Councillor Mayor, is picking up on your point about the high school car park, great outcome. So commend you for your big part in that, along with all the other parts that were contributed to. But I know, good job. Okay, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Justine, thank you. Hey. We've got 11.9, it's 12.16. We've got 11.9, audit of unsealed road maintenance and construction practices. Councillors, are you happy to carry on with this report?
That's the one from
Yep, most certainly it is.
Shepherd. Is that the Shepherd one? We better wait the mayor to get back.
Well, Michael could certainly start speaking to it, or we could, if you like. Is lunch ready, Justine, do we know, or not? Mr. CEO, would you like to make any comment about our discussions at the moment? No? Yep, proceed on.
Michael
Okay.
said to me yesterday during our portfolio that how he structured this report today,
Right.
and how he took on board what Darren Shepherd said,
Yes.
and how he sort of sectioned it off as to what we deal with now, what we can deal with later, and so forth. So
Right.
I think that would be a good intro, Mr. Deputy.
I think you've summed it up very well, Councillor Mather. We'll hand over to the Director, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just presenting this report, as the council knows, in March 2022, Councillor Mather tabled a notice of motion seeking a resolution that an audit of the unsealed road network be undertaken in this financial year, and an amount of $100,000 was included in the budget to allow us to engage suitably qualified specialists to undertake this work. Prior to doing that, I put together, with the help of the staff, a bit of a request for quote brief, which we spoke to the councillors about to try and understand exactly what the key points of the audit would be, and they're listed in the report as well, just for completeness. We went to 7 suitably qualified contractors for quote, and Shepherd Services were successful in being engaged to complete the work on our behalf. They were in town from January to March this year, and they presented the findings of the report, which is attached to a special council workshop at late March. So I won't go over line by line all of the audit report findings, but I will just summarise the 12 key points for councillors today in the commentary section of the report. So after in-field reviews, this is by Shepherd Services, of each of our grading crews, it was observed that council's current grading standards is on par with industry standards. Smooth running surface benchmarks, which is the total grading expenditure divided by the total length of our unsealed network, is around $2,000 per kilometre, which is at the higher end of the regional council's spend. These are summaries of larger sections of the report, so happy for councillors to dive into the report, but I'm just summarising. Wet weather access benchmark, which is resheet expenditure divided by total length of our network, is at the higher end of the regional council spends. Council has the appropriate equipment to complete effective grading. Road crossfall was rated as fair, and we need to refocus our attention to increase the crossfall to assist in improving our drainage. Number 6, resheet gravel depths could be increased from 100 to 150 millimetres on selected roads to improve the natural surface, and that potentially could cost the council an additional sort of $700,000 per year in gravel. A sample of the gravel materials that we used is rated in the best classification for unsealed roads standards across the industry. Council has one of the more advanced planning systems seen in the industry for determining how roads are planned for grading, so that's our maintenance management planning. Additionally, it was noted that there was input from councillor feedback, which is something that Shepherd Services hadn't seen before, where the councillors can bring community-focused ideas to the maintenance management planning process. So that was something that they picked up on. That was a highlight. Number 9, the high priority defects are temporarily repaired using small contract crews. After heavy rain in January this year, their feeling was the customers did not feel that the repairs were completed as per their expectations, so it's recommended that we undertake a separate review of our high priority defects management. Council has one of the more advanced planning processes to plan rural drainage improvements and upgrades from unsealed to sealed roads. There was a suggestion that if we wanted to accelerate the sealing of our high trafficked roads, then a larger capital investment could be considered, which was about $13.5 million, which is a large investment. Council has one of the more advanced planning systems for determining how roads are planned for resheeting, so that goes hand in hand with our maintenance management and resheeting program. There was some commentary around some of the lower order roads may require resheeting because the depths are quite thin, and that would potentially add between $7.5 and $12 or $13 million in capital programming, so that's a significant amount. The rural ratepayers surveyed suggests that there's a lack of consultation on maintenance activities, so the suggestion in the report is that we roll out some corflute signs, or we look to engage with a communications officer to focus our attention on communicating our maintenance efforts and our forward programming. So that's a summary of the 12 observations that Shepherd Services found over the last sort of 2 or 3 months from being on site and doing desktop reviews of our policies and procedures. In the budget implications of the report, I've just listed each of those observations and put my recommendations on timing of some of those issues. So QA checks and training should be implemented immediately.
Sorry, QA checks?
QA checks and training, so that one of the observations was that quality assurance, there's a need to improve how the operators complete some of the work, and then how it's checked by the operator, and that's how it's checked by the supervisor, and then there might be a third party. There's, I think council may remember there's a form that was used by Shepherd Services, which would tick the box whether it was good, fair, or not at all for road crossfall and drainage clean out and gravel real height was spoken about to make sure that the material moistness, so that it was pliable and you could roll it and then compact it and so on when we're doing maintenance grading. So some quality assurance checks is something we can implement immediately, and not too distant future our crews will be using tablets for maintenance management, so it'll be even easier with forms online and so on. Our roughness meter, an electronic roughness meter for consideration in not next year but the year after. The reason why I've put that a year out is because by Christmas we should be rolling out our enterprise computer system, which has taken us a long time and the architecture to put together, and to have multiple computer systems being rolled out in the same time frame can be a little bit challenging, so I thought we'd space that out a little bit. High priority defect management review in 23-24, so that was a recommendation of the report to do a further review, and then depending on what the outcome is, it could be that we either continue to use contractors, we form an in-house crew, and we understand what the community's expectations are and what we can deliver. But that comes at a cost that could be $400,000 a year to provide that level of service. There was commentary around a broader community satisfaction survey, which I said we should look to do next financial year. Community engagement, consider in future years. I haven't given that an exact time frame because I think that when we do the community satisfaction survey, we should be able to glean quite a bit of information out of that on how we're performing, how should we communicate and engage with our road users in the rural areas, and that may or may not lead to a call flute system or community engagement officer, so I've just let that one slide a little bit until we understand some more of the data. Gravel coverage depth improvements, I've said review that in 23-24 and then consider in future years, because that's a $7 to $11 million investment, so it's something we need to create a management plan and stage. Gravel depth increases from 100 to 150 mils. I've said we should review that next financial year. That's a $750,000 increase on our capital budget, so I need to unpack that a little bit with our written policies and procedures, talk to our Chief Financial Officer, and then understand what that means with respect to budgets and asset management planning and so on. Network assessments of formation heights, so we can consider that in 24-25, so that requires us going out or an auditor going out and inspecting all of the formation heights. There was some commentary around some of our roads being continually cut into the hillsides and the roads becoming drains. That's not everywhere, obviously, so an assessment of particular changes where that may be an issue would be the next logical step, so then we can determine the best approach in improving that. There was some commentary around build-up of waste material. I've said that we should consider that in future years because the budget implications are either sort of between $3.8 and $7.8 million to tidy up gravel on the sides of our roads, or it could be $900,000 a year operationally, which is a big hit to our immediate operational budgets. There was some commentary around a sacrificial seal trial, which is similar to a dust suppressant, but using a spray seal for a very thin gravel structural pavement. I'd like to put that one as consideration for future years because it's $750,000 to undertake the trial. I'd like to take the steps to review our gravel coverage and our maintenance management, quality assurance, embed those things before we look to spend $750,000 on a further trial. And accelerating our sealing program for $13 million, I think consider that in future years around our capital budget pressures and so on, competing projects. And I will say that in the last couple of months we have, through council budget workshops, we have looked to bring forward some of our road sealing program. So I think in the original 3-year Forward Works program, we might have had some of those projects out sort of beyond 3 and 4 and 5 years, but through council's request, we've brought those forward sort of 1 or 2 years each of them, so they all move forward slightly. So we have accelerated some of that, not to the extent of $13 million though.
I think we're all realistic in that particular area.
So bear with me, councillors. I'll just go to the recommendations, which are that council receive and note the audit report, immediately implement quality assurance checking process, undertake community satisfaction survey in next financial year, review the high priority defect management practices within 6 months, and then review gravel coverage and depth alternatives, including cost estimates, budget implications within 6 months. So the reason why I've chosen 6 months is partly because it is going to take a little bit of time to digest the report and then turn our mind to those few things. But also, if we can get that done by, say, November this year, then that, if council agrees with the reviews, then that can form a major discussion point in the following year's budget. So November, we start talking about budgets in about November, December, and then we really step it up in January, February. So that gives us a lot of good information that we can leverage off. So I'm happy to take questions, councillors, and I commend the report to the table.
All right. Councillor Watson.
Through the Chair, Mr. Creedman, on page 248, number 2 and number 3, we're at the higher end of costings to do this work. Why are we at the higher end? Is there something that we're doing that's gold-plated that doesn't have to be, or is there something else? I'm just wondering why our costs are higher than the average council's.
So from memory in the report, there was, they didn't name names, but there was about six or seven councils that Shepherd Services had data on across the region. That I didn't say at the start that Shepherd Services had done similar reviews across over 100 organisations across Australia, so they had lots and lots of data that they could compare. I think the reason why they put those comparisons in there was to benchmark how much we do spend per kilometre on our roads. It's just a figure that allows us to compare whether we're over-investing or under-investing. The fact that we're towards the top, you could either take that as saying we're investing the right amount, we're over-investing. Are we efficient and effective with our investment, which is probably something that I'd like to further explore. Some councils use maybe 2 graders on site, 2 graders, 2 rollers and a water truck, or they might have 2 water trucks, and there might be differences there on how far they have to travel and so on. So that can affect the price per kilometre. But I can follow up with Darren Shepherd and ask him some more detail around the whys and why nots, but there's so many moving parts to it. Yeah.
I'm just thinking with our budget, if we could find more efficient ways, if they're there, we get more roads done. The other thing is number 10, about the sacrificial seal. I remember when Anne Georgie was in council, she sealed a hell of a lot of the roads in Emu Park, Kinka Beach, places like that. I can't think of all of them, but they're all with the sacrificial seal, and they're still fine to this day, 30 years on, I'm just hoping we can move that forward and start getting to some of these roads. The other thing I was wondering about is when you're talking about the build-up of waste material and the height of how we're showing that some of the roads are lower than the land around it. I noticed the images that Darren had supplied showed him standing where the soil had been graded up onto the road. The other day when I was out on the road with Jeff Carter, he measured back at the fence line where the actual land is. I'm trying to work out, do we measure the height from the where the land's being graded up to or where the actual land is, because that gives you two different figures, and we've got one from Darren saying that the road is way under, and then you've got Jeff showing me that it wasn't that much of a difference. The other thing is, with that gravel that is proposed to be graded and taken away and all this, why not just push it with the grader and push it back out further and spread it out over the area so that we don't end up with those drains maybe? I don't know, I'm not an engineer, but I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity that might be a very cheap way to move that out of the way so we don't end up with those drains that we're forming.
Our maintenance in a timely fashion and cleared our table drains, we wouldn't have that build up on the side of the road. That is wasted material I can take for truckloads of good gravel that we can't even use.
Can I maybe invite the General Manager to respond to Councillor Watson? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So every site will have its nuances, there's no doubt about it, whether we push it across further out into the paddock or whether we have to take it away. So that's why Shepherd Services have identified, and I think from memory either in their report or in their presentation, they said it's a common problem across all of the road networks in Australia, and most councils don't even remove it. There's only one or two, I think they said, that spend the money, and it's very expensive to do. So their suggestion, which I've highlighted in the report, is that instead of charging off, so to speak, and fixing the problem, we just have a quick look at the network and see where the actual problems are, and just understand whether it's at the boundary or whether it's in closer, and identify some solutions, whether it's as you say, Councillor Watson, spread it thinner across a bigger area, or take it away, or reincorporate it back into the pavement. I think so. There's a few things that we need to just refine there, but we're not alone in having that as an issue in gravel road networks.
The other one was, as I said, about the height of the road from the gravel and how we measure it and how Darren was measuring it. Which is the correct way to measure it? Because I'm thinking about when I go out to talk to people, I need to know whether we level from the side of the road or from back where the fence line is, where it's the actual land that follows across.
Again, it depends on the site specific. So if where you measure it from would be where it's causing an issue. So if it's holding water and you need to get the water away, there's no real point in measuring at the boundary if there's a big mound in the middle that's acting as a dam. So it's important to understand the actual lay of the land, and like Darren's, like I said, he's reviewed 100 sites and he's got probably 30 years of experience. His experience suggested, in one photo, suggested where he was measuring it from. Jeff Carter was out on site with you last week, and the site specific, he had a different take on it, but I don't think there's any real right or wrong. It's just about being open and site specific.
I've got a question through the chair. With the recommendations on the summary from those recommendations, I did notice that he made mention of our operators with crossovers, with crosswalls, and that. Are we looking at some KPIs with, I think point number 2 here, implementation of quality insurance check processes with grading? Are we looking at some KPIs for that training, and have you got the capability there for those grader operators to do that training? And if so, when will we hear about that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So as part of this audit process, Shepherd Services had 2 experienced operators on site, and they did a training session with each of our crews, and then they took videos, and we did an assessment of their current competencies, and then where we might like to see them. And in the report, it said that they were performing at the industry standard, so that's very pleasing. By implementing the quality assurance check sheet, and I haven't got one with me, but there's about 5 or 6 basic criteria to look for as an operator, and then as the supervisor, say, as an oversight. And one of those is crossfall. So we do know that about 5% crossfall on an unsealed road is a desirable standard to get the water to shed. Through the audit, they identified a number of sites where the crossfall was less than that, and then the water sort of sits in the middle of the road at times. So we'll introduce the quality assurance checking sheet, but I think from memory there was 5% was good, 4% might have been fair, and less, say 3% less was no good to redo the job. So it'll be up to our crews to make sure they stick to the standards, and then our supervisors to monitor and review. We don't want to be standing there all day ploughing over the same road, so there's obviously going to need to be monitoring and control and compliance management techniques to make sure we do the best we can as efficiently as we can. So that will help drainage, it'll help gravel retention, and it'll give the operators and all of the staff a view of, we'll be able to get stats, how many kilometres of road we've graded and how many kilometres complied with all these standards, and hopefully in time it'll be spat out through the tablets.
So we'll set some benchmarks around those, yeah. Also identified a few areas that obviously are lower and causing drainage issues. Have you listed those for your priorities within the next works process?
Not at the moment. At the moment, there's been some commentary around road formation in some sections may need to be lifted. So the recommendation was either we lift it through increases to gravel depths for our resheets from 100 to 150, and that comes at a financial cost, is one method. And another method is whether we need to cut some table drains or some diversion drains and that sort of thing. So as I said, it's site specific.
Yep.
We'll need to, Darren hasn't done the Shepherd Services didn't do a drive around of every single kilometre of road,
I get
but so that's up to us to take this report and then make sure that we identify those critical areas for maintenance into the future, and we prioritise them.
So basically your forward estimates for those costings for those heights, you're looking at projecting that over the next 5 years. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes, councillor.
Just one last question. I noticed in the report Hoffman's Road with the cutting out on the edges. Is there anything that is in the report that identifies how we can fix those areas where it drops down 18 inches on the side of the road? I looked, but I couldn't find anything, that's all. And I know that it's a particular dangerous road. The surface is fine, it's the edges. And being that it's only a 5 metre wide road and not 6 metres because of the old measurements, it does make it difficult if you've got another vehicle coming the opposite way. And I just couldn't find anything in the report that brought that up.
Councillor Watson, I don't recall either. You're talking about the table drains and scouring and the depth.
Over the hill, on the edges.
Yeah, yeah. So those edges are sort of scouring away with stormwater into the table drains and deepening the inverts and so on. I don't recall that there was any commentary around that specific issue in the audit report, but that's something that if we do have an issue that we need to either flatten the table drains or we need to put a diversion drain in because the water's flowing too fast, it reaches a velocity and a quantity that's causing that scour, then we need to identify that irrespective of whether it's in a report or not.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Michael,
Through the chair, please, councillor.
sorry, Mr. Mayor, just to follow through it. I can understand that it's scouring. The drains under the road aren't even open, Mr. Mayor, haven't been open for years, but it's been reported. So it's a big job, but it'll need to be done.
Not sure what's going on with the speakers at the moment. But
That was loud. Through.
Sorry, you first, councillor.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a number of questions, but you've actually answered a lot of that in the commentary. But when we look at the background on page 247, it does state, as you've said, that we budgeted $100,000. I'm not asking for the exact amount because that actually could be certainly confidential, but the actual payment was less than that. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, it was less than that, substantially less.
Lovely, thank you. That's just for anyone watching this live stream. So also on page 315, we've noted Thompson's Point Road, and at our resident outreach, a lot of people at Narimbra were discussing Thompson's Point Road, and because of the upgrade of the boat ramp and the pontoon, it's attracting a high amount of people, and page 315, it states that the high use is out of Rockhampton, and we are currently seeking government funding because the score from the adopted procedure was 263. I just want to ask you, was it taken into consideration that in June 2022, our council received a letter from the Minister for Transport, Mark Bailey, stating that they would Transport Main Roads would certainly support an application from council for the upgrade of Thompson's Point Road, mostly due to the fact that there is a state government pontoon and boat ramp. So it says seeking state government funding. Do we actually have a submission with them as we speak?
Thanks, Councillor Friend. No, we haven't got a submission with them. My recollection of the Minister's response was that the marine infrastructure is a state government responsibility and the landside facilities are the council responsibility. And not to be too crude about it, my summary would be that the Minister said, Council, that's your problem, but if you talk to the regional road group, you might be able to find some money through TIDS funding if you think it's a road of regional significance. So
thank you.
And further to that, because it's clear we've got traffic counts recently that the volumes have increased since the boat ramp's gone in. That's why I've listed there that we should be advocating as hard as we can, because $7 million for a single road upgrade because of a state government initiative, which is pleasing to see that we have better boat facilities, but it's created a huge burden for our ratepayers if we choose to upgrade the road in accordance with our policy.
I have an email from Jeff Carter just recently that the traffic count results for 34 days from March 30 to May 2. 190 vehicles per day. The count was higher than any other road we have on our prioritised list of upgrading to sealed standard. Based on this count, and one below approximately 5 kilometres, $3 million, requires upgrading to sealed standard as our highest priority. Just before the Balnagowan Road, there's 120 vehicles a day. And then he said, an interesting feature is the counts of the daily traffic volumes are at the highest during the week, not the weekend.
Interesting. Right, Mr. Gentleman, just one question from myself. I'm just, given the recommendations, I'm just wondering, and you've alluded to it in your address to council, whether in the recommendation there is any argument for making an inclusion about amending policies, because I think a lot of the recommendations that came in from the report and even your own probably mean at some stage you're going to have to look at your own policy framework within infrastructure services. And I'm just wondering whether there's an argument for including a line item about that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to include a line in the officer's recommendation to that effect, because that is something that I would expect to be done as part of the gravel coverage review, because we do have policies around that. So if there's any changes, then it would include a trigger for the policy change.
Yep. Okay.
So, yeah, happy if you wanted to amend that.
Right. So would you be so kind as perhaps to suggest some wording that's in keeping with your report?
You might say review gravel coverage, comma, depth alternatives and policy implications.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, on that one. Yeah, okay, yeah. Up in there.
That's your recommendation, Mr. General Manager, but I appreciate the inclusion. All right. And just finally from me, in your budget implications where you made reference in your address about the improved community engagement, can I compliment you on considering that, because as we all know, the community is inquiring about this now and has been for a number of years, and I think the sooner we can get on the front foot with this stuff, the better. And that's it from me. So any other, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Mather, would you like to move this? All right. Seconded, Councillor Watson, thank you. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will be brief. There's a lot in here, and there's probably a lot more information between the lines, and those people who go out and actually inspect and identify with what's being said here, they're the ones who are the winners, because they know when they come to the table, they know exactly what they're talking about. All I can say, it's been good money well spent. It's a starting point, and I realise that the figures that Darren has put forward to be able to address the problem, I'm realistic. We're not going to be able to have all that sort of money, it's certainly not up front. So we're looking at a bite at a time. Have a plan, put the categories out there. How much are we going to seal? Which floodways need to be done? Which roads can be done at this time? And if we knock off a road from time to time and seal it according to traffic volumes, we're on our way. And I thank all of those members who supported the expenditure to get this audit carried out, because there's been a lot of pain, certainly for me, over the years, fighting the bureaucracy, and it wasn't Michael. Michael's always been very helpful, but further down the track, and that's where I had the problem. But here we are now with a pathway ahead, light ahead, plan ahead, and that's where we need to refine it as we go, according to budget. And I'm happy to take people out on a drive anytime they'd like to go. Show them where the gravel is, show them where the holes are. Not too many holes these days, Mr. Mayor. But thank you all so very much.
Right. Thank you,
And
Councillor
Michael
Mather.
too. And Thompson's point, we're not finished with that yet, Mr. Mayor.
Noted. All right, thank you. Anyone speaking against the report? Councillor Watson, would you like to speak to it as the seconder? Okay. All right. Anyone else?
No,
like to speak?
I don't need to. I think we've... Oh, my God, that's loud. We've said heaps.
All right. We're happy to wrap up, councillors, go to the vote. Got a move at Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously, and thank you for your report, Michael. All right. Now, councillors, is there any other urgent business? Well, in that case, I'll thank you for your time and thank you for your commitment again to our community, and wish you a good afternoon.